Good evening. I would like to call the January 24th, 2012 Longmont City Council meeting to order. This is a regular session. Could we please start with a roll call?
Mayor Coombs?
Present.
Council members Bagley? Finley? Present. Levison? Here. Samori? Present. Santos?
Here.
Witt? Here. Mayor Coombs, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Valerie. Please stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Anyone wishing to speak at the first call of public invited to be heard will need to add his or her name to the list outside the council chambers. Only those on the list will be invited to speak at the first public invited to be heard. Speakers who do not place their names on the list will have an opportunity to speak during the public hearing items this evening or at the final call of public invited to be heard on any items at the end of the meeting. Next, I would have the minutes for the January 10th, 2010 meeting. Are there any corrections to the minutes? May I make a motion to approve the minutes?
Sure.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. On council members, on page 4, last sentence, a vote was taken on the original motion as amended, and it passed 6-1 with Councilmember Samori absent. Can't have a 6-1 vote with someone absent, so I think it was dissenting.
Yeah.
So, if
Yes, council members, I also think that we have a pretty bad misspelling of someone's name who instructed us on the correct, at least pronunciation on page 3. Chris Przuchek, I think, is the individual instead of Perezchez. So if we could correct the spelling of Mr. Przuchek's name because he's so marvelously instructed us.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would move the January 10th, 2012 minutes as amended.
Second.
All right, let's vote. It passes 6-0 with Councilmember Bagley absent.
Mayor and Council, we do have one additional submission of documents tonight under item 4 of your agenda, and that's the copy of the resignation letter from Peter Carey from the Historic Preservation Commission, and that may be appropriate for you to take up under 11D of your agenda.
All right, thank you, Gordon.
And Mayor, as far as my report tonight, I'd like to take this opportunity to have Joe Ward, the new Executive Director of the Longmont Area Visitors Association, come down and just make a few remarks and introduce himself to the community.
Welcome, Joe.
Thank you, Mayor. There we go. We good?
Yep.
Thank you for allowing me to be here. I just wanted to really say briefly today that I look forward to working with all the members of the economic development partners that are here, as well as the council members. Look forward to meeting each of you in person. Also here tonight to celebrate the Year of Arts, so I'm excited about that. And my family and I are very excited to make Longmont our home. So if there's any questions, I'd be glad to get into them. Otherwise, I'm sure we'll be with you really soon to have a report on some of the exciting things that we're trying to work on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, under item 6A, under special reports, Bob Norris and Martin Marino will introduce this item.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. I'm not Bob or Martha. I'm Marisol Rodriguez, and I'm the Operations Director for Comité. We wanted to present some of our Comité Citizen Workshop graduates who have become U.S. citizens and citizens of the city of Longmont. and I'll start reading the list.
Buenas noches. Good evening, Mayor Combs and City Council folks. Marta Valenzuela Moreno, Executive Director of El Comité de Longmont, also known as the Burris #1, okay? Stubborn, to get the job done, you know. That's like, I'm known for that. And I'm really glad to be here. It's an honor to present our citizens that have become U.S. citizens. And we've been working with this process for the past 5 years, every 3 months, getting people to become U.S. citizen. You know, becoming a U.S. citizen, it's quite expensive. It's the charge is $680. They have to have had 5 years of their permanent residence in order for them to be eligible to become U.S. citizen. And only through father, mother, brother, sister, and wife or sons can they apply for each other. And we've been glad to have been doing this, and we're continuing. Our next process is going to be on March the 17th. And we've been having them at the Y, which we've been done a lot of collaboration with the Y. So we're really glad that we've gotten to, and I thought, you know, that council also needs to know what is happening out there, what El Comité is about also, other than many other things, and to present our folks that have become, you know, U.S. citizens. We have processed people from many parts of the country. So we're really glad to do that, and we will continue. And right after that, we get them to register to vote and possibly become into some boards and commissions. So we're really thankful that we are able to come and present these folks.
And if we could ask them to stand so that the community can acknowledge their efforts and
Absolutely.
thank you. So Alvarado Jessica, Arredondo Noberto, Barron Crespo Mónica, Berglund Agripina, Bugarin Macrina, Berglund Tina, Calderón de Silva Erika, Crespo Martín, Delgado Elvira, Delgado Guillermo, Marcelo Fernández, Manuel García, Julia Guzmán, Lupe Hall, Guadalupe Hall, Erasmo Jiménez Compean, Rita Jurando Jiménez, Alejandro Maeres, Vanessa Cortés Mares, Manuel Mares García, María Mares Sardina, Esther Martínez, María Pargas, María Pineda, María Quiñones, Yuris Robles, Elizabeth Rodríguez, Beatriz Soto, Socorro Trejo, Matilde Vázquez, Gonzalo Ignacio Villalobos, Luis Villanueva, Socorro Subiate Trejo. Thank you.
Many of the folks that we read their names, you know, for reasons or another, they changed addresses and they changed phone numbers, and we tried to get a hold of all of them. Also,
I
I'd
want
like
you
to
have them come on up and have some pictures taken.
You know, also, I'd like to recognize the volunteers. Would the volunteers please get up? Because without them, committed volunteers, we could have not done it. So we're really grateful.
That was awesome.
Mayor, for your next item, the proclamation under 6B, Kimberly McKee and Debbie Adams are going to come up and receive the proclamation, and I think they probably have some things to say
All
after
right.
you do the
Okay.
proclamation.
All right, so I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. A proclamation designating January 24th, 2012 as the Year of the Art in Longmont, Colorado, whereas the arts and humanities enhance every aspect of life in Longmont, improving our economy, enriching our civic life, driving tourism, and exerting a positive influence on the education of our children, and whereas Longmont's visual and performing artists represent the creative lifeblood of the community by providing artistic enhancements to residents of Longmont and the surrounding regions, and whereas art and culture are important components of urban redevelopment and the growth of arts and entertainment districts, and whereas the artistic community embraces creativity in dance, theater, music, literature, design, media, and visual arts to enhance culture, and whereas Boulder / Longmont area was ranked 8th in the most artistic cities in America list for having a vibrant artistic community, and whereas the arts and humanities play a unique and intrinsically valuable role in the lives of our families, our community, and our state. Now, therefore, I, Dennis L. Coombs, by virtue of the authority vested in me and the City of Longmont and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim 2012 as the Year of Art in Longmont, and I invite all of the communities celebrate and promote the arts and culture in our city and encourage residents to recognize the importance of our local artists, art organizations, and affiliates to the success of our community as a whole.
Before I begin, I just want to promote the Art Enthusiast cover that says, Destination Longmont, How Promoting the Arts Fosters the City's Reputation. There are copies out there if you don't have one. Mayor Coombs and City Council, thank you for proclaiming. Oh, before I go on, would everyone who's here for the Year of Art stand up? Cool. Okay. Mayor Coombs and City Council, thank you for proclaiming 2012 the Year of Art. Art builds community, and it is our intention for the Year of Art to build community awareness and increase participation in the arts and culture available throughout the city. I want to take this time to acknowledge the many art partners who are participating this year with the Longmont Council for the Arts, Longmont Downtown Development Authority, Longmont Area Visitors Association, Longmont Museum and Cultural Center, Longmont Symphony Orchestra, Longmont Youth Symphony, Art in Public Places, Art Walk Longmont, Boulder County Arts Alliance, Firehouse Art Center, Longmont Artist Guild, Longmont All-Star Jazz Band, Mojo's Music Academy, Longmont Chorale, Longmont Theater Company, Jester's Dinner Theater, California Actors Theater, Airborne Dance, Bogdanova Dance Company, Dance Dimensions, Longmont Dance Theater, Crackpots, Fifth Ave Studio, the Piano Lesson Place, Larry's Guitar, The Great Frame Up, Rabbit's Galleria, Bead Lounge, Dickens Opera House, Front Range Community College, St. Vrain Valley School District, including Sunset Middle School and Skyline High School, and many other independent galleries and artists who are all a part of the heart of the vibrant artistic creative community. The community call to action is to enjoy the local art scene to keep the arts alive and well in Longmont. The art partners will keep track of participation, and if annual attendance exceeds 86,270, the current population of the city, each person registered by the end of the year on the LDDA website at downtownlongmont.com will receive a free ticket to an art event in 2013. A Year of Art Facebook page has also been created which will post events, activities, and news of what is happening in the arts community. I encourage everyone to like the page and share it with their own circle of friends to spread the word and make it an awesome year of art in Longmont. It has been quoted that our success as a civilized society will be judged largely by the creative activities of our citizens in art. Let this year of art begin. I invite representatives from each art partner to come forward for the photo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Well, we all go up. Yeah, come on. The whole council can come up.
I would just like to add, as everyone is gathering for the photo, that we are working as the A&E district to be one of Colorado's first creative arts districts that they are just establishing this year. And I think if there's anything a testament as to why we should be one are all the people that are here today and all the partners that have collaborated to make this the year of art.
Yeah.
You want to give them a minute? So
Yeah. Kind of settle down.
Actually, I'm taking it myself.
you got 1, 2, 3.
All right. Oh, I guess. To say Debbie Adams, pretty talented photographer. Yes.
Fantastic.
All right, we're begin our first call, a public invited to be heard. The first person on the list is Kathy Weberhardy. Will you please come down and state your name and address? And that will be followed by Scott Cook.
Mayor Coombs, Mayor Pro Tem Gabe Santos, and City Council members. My name is Kathy Weber Harding, and I'm the President CEO of the Longmont Area Chamber of Commerce, located at 528 Main Street. I'm also a resident located at 3610 Columbia Drive. Tonight I'm here to personally invite all of you to attend the Chamber's signature event, Unity in the Community. This event will be held at the Plaza Conference Center on February 23rd from 5:30 to 7:30. The Chamber launched this event in 2005. The event has constantly grown throughout the 7 years and draws a crowd of about 600 people. This event features over 90 elected officials from the state of Colorado. Unity in the Community is open to the public, and there is no charge for this event. I hope that you'll consider being at this event as our host city. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy?
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of City Council. I'm Scott Cook. I'm the Event Program Director at the Longmont Chamber, 528 Main Street. I want to follow up on Kathy's invitation to you for Unity in the Community. Unity is a favorite event for our Chamber members and our staff, and it is our privilege to offer the event to the community and our region at no charge. Kathy mentioned the many elected officials who attend from our area and beyond, but Unity is also a very special evening for area nonprofits. Organizations, many of whom are here tonight, actually Front Range Community College, Longmont Council for the Arts, Special Transit, El Comité, Foothills United Way, the Our Center, the towns of Frederick, Firestone, Erie, are just a few of the over 30 nonprofits and government entities that will be represented at Unity this year. One of the things we do well as a chamber is bring people together. Unity is an important event in that government officials, citizens, and representatives of these organizations that serve various needs in our community are able to meet, network, and hopefully collaborate together in the future. As Longmont is the host city for this regional event, we invite our mayor, our city council, and all of Longmont residents to attend. Thank you, Mayor Coombs and members of City Council.
Thank you, Scott. Tammy Waycock, followed by Edwina Salazar.
Mayor Coombs and City Council members, my name is Tammy Waycott. My address is 1450 Well County Road, Longmont. I am a Union Reservoir resident. I am before you tonight with neighbors and residents of Union Reservoir. First and foremost, we wish to thank each of you for the timeless, tireless effort you put forth for the well-being of the citizens and issues concerning Longmont. Secondly, thank you for your interest and concern of Union Reservoir. Please know that the temporary trail loop is of great concern to each of us for the following reasons. Number one, the $700,000+ allocated to build this temporary trail. The question is it financially a wise use of open space dollars? Secondly, the negative impact it would have on the wildlife that is abundant on the north, east, and south and west side, side of Union Reservoir, combined with the days that the trail would be closed during the nesting period, up to 3+ months. Item number 3, the danger and disruption to the farming operations on the east and west side, which would also require trail closure for approximately 45 days. Number 4, the intrusion, security, and invasion to residents. All this being said, thank you again for your efforts and concern regarding the temporary trail loop proposal.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
Next up, Edwina Salazar.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of City Council. I'm Edwina Salazar, the Executive Director of the Our Center at 303 Atwood. And with me, somebody you already met, Marisol Rodriguez, and we are here to make an announcement.
Thank you, Edwina. Mayor, council members, thank you again for allowing me to speak today. I wanted to just inform the council about agencies coming together to address some of the needs, especially the unemployment needs of the Longmont community. Along with El Comité, our center, and Workforce Boulder County, we are scheduling an event for February 10, and I would like Edwina to tell you a little bit more about that.
Thank you.
Our event will be at the 220 Collier, which is the Our Center new building across the street from our regular facility. And people who are unemployed, we're going to especially reach out to the Sears and to the Butterball employees. We'll hear about the vast range of community services here in Boulder County, including workforce, Our Center, and El Comité services, but also ideas for energy savings and also materials for energy savings. Employees will be able to meet one-on-one caseworkers and counselors who will help them get started in accessing resources. They'll be able to help them assess and adjust their household budget through their period of unemployment. And they will also be able to learn about other services, and perhaps even employers will be available to them to interview them at that time. So we're inviting the entire community who are unemployed, not just the Sears and Butterball employees. And we will also be having other follow-up appointments for them available should they need to seek additional services. Now that's Friday, February 10th, and it's 9 to 3 p.m. So please stop by if you'd like to meet with some of the folks there, and we are open to others coming to the event, so they can just contact me at the Our Center, Marta at El Comité, or Tyra Dureste at Workforce Boulder County. Thank you.
Thank you, Edwina. I guess nestled between your two names is Marino? Marta Marino. Okay, go ahead, Bob Norris.
Excuse me, Mayor and council members. I'm Bob Norris, still at 532 Ryder Ridge Drive. I told you before. You should have it memorized by now. I'm back here once again to offer you the challenge. The challenge is to get more city council members than school board members to the El Comité dinner this year. And this year we have a sponsor. It's the Longmont Foundation. We're very proud to have them as a sponsor. The speakers this year are Stan Garnett, Boulder County District Attorney, which I'm sure you all know, and I try to avoid on a professional basis anyway. And Polly Baca, who many of you may know or may not know. Polly was the first Latina state senator in Colorado, so held a number of positions. She was the leader of the caucus in the Colorado State House. She was involved with a position with the Hispanic leadership in Washington, D.C., and headed up a division of the National Council of La Raza. So I think it'll be a fun evening, and I promise not to talk too much, which is always a big bonus. Anyway, hope to see you all there. And did I mention the date? Well, yeah, that's what happens when you get old. The date is February 25th, and it's at the 6 to 8. And like last year, it's the First Lutheran Church who've been such gracious hosts for us.
And where's First Lutheran Church at?
3rd and Terry.
3rd and Terry. Okay.
God, I need.
All right.
I need to give you guys a little card to hold up to kind of prompt me.
Thank you, Bob. Next up, Diane Wood, followed by Martin Orner.
Mayor Coombs, council members, good evening. I'm Diane Wood, live at 6914 St. Vrain Road, and I want to thank you for proclaiming this as the Year of Art. I've not always been an artist. My background revolves around 40 years in business, working for a high-tech industry, so I know that business is very important for the community. But I also know after retiring and starting in our career at 62, that art balances out the community and they help one another. And we're very fortunate to have so many talented artists in Longmont. Art walks are fantastic. They showcase the artists. You talk to people. You can promote the interest in art. It's business working together with artists. You know, the restaurants and all, they profit from this also. Rhythm on the River is great. And they, you know, promote a lot of different arts in different various art forms. We have the Art Zone tent. We feature and showcase 9 artists. That's a fun thing. Let's see, Longmont Council for the Arts has several programs. I'm involved in 2, and that's Artist Registry and Studio Tour. Studio Tour's been in business for 13 years, and it's where you invite people, public, to come into your studios and your public homes. Longmont Artists Guild has been in existence for 54 years, and I think that's really admirable. Now, St. Vrain Historical Society also allows artists a space at their Strawberry Day Festival and Pumpkin Pie Day Festival. And we appreciate that very much. And besides, when you're there, you can have a piece of pumpkin pie and strawberry shortcake, you know, always good. So it's great to organize and help these events out. I really enjoy it. And I thank you once again because it's fantastic.
Thank you, Diane. Next, Martin Orner.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Martin Orner, residing at 1417 Auburn Court. I have 2 items for your consideration this evening. Number 1, regarding city boards and commissions. I recently completed my first 2-year term on the Board of Adjustment. I submitted the paperwork to continue on the board, but being that I work on most Saturdays, I could not attend the commission's, board's, council interviews. I was to interview on the alternative weeknight, but that was canceled by council. I received 1 vote of confidence from City Council and thus did not retain my position on board. I was notified of this by email. This was a discouraging outcome of 2 years of volunteer service to the city. Perhaps additional thought could be given to the filling of boards and commission positions. I have 1 more item. Is regarding the city's participation in the Regional Transportation District. The old saying of throwing good money after bad, I believe, says it all when it comes to Longmont being part of RTD. Residents of Longmont pay RTD a percentage of sales tax for most everything we buy in the store. Additionally, residents pay RTD in order for us to own our cars. In 2011, I paid $5,000 for a used car. The total registration fee was $493. RTD's take of that was $60. That's 12%. According to RTD this afternoon, for me to ride the bus from Longmont to DIA on a Monday for a hypothetical 5 p.m. flight, I have to pay RTD $13 for a one-way fare for a 2.5-hour bus trip, changing buses and border. What we pay individually and collectively as a city for RTD, along with the ill-conceived and poorly planned fast tracks, is absurd. Please, let's stop throwing good money after bad. I ask Council to take the initiative and make it possible for the citizens of Longmont to vote on staying in or de-annexing from the Regional Transportation District. I thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Jack Wolf.
Mayor Coombs, council members, my name is Jack Wolf, 749 Tanager Circle. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Longmont Chorale, of which I am a member and part of the Year of the Art presentation. In 1937, Albert James, who was the director of the Speech and Drama Department at Longmont High School and choir director at First Lutheran Church, invited all of the church choirs in the Longmont area to come together for a performance of the Easter portion of the Handel Messiah. And thus was born the Longmont Community Choir. This is now morphed into the Longmont Chorale, as the longest continuously operating musical organization in Boulder County. We presently consist of 95 approximately non-auditioned singers. You don't have to be great to join us. You just have to be able to carry a tune. To commemorate our 75th year, our Diamond Jubilee concert will be held on March 17th, consisting of favorites chosen by 4 of the past conductors and present conductor of the Longmont Chorale. Then on April 28th, we are again inviting all of the church choirs in the Longmont area, as well as anybody else who wants to sing, including all of you, to come, and we will again perform the Easter portion of the Handel's Messiah. The Longmont Symphony will be accompanying us. We've invited all these local choirs. We expect approximately 200 people on the stage at Niwot High School. Rehearsals begin March 19th if anyone is interested. In addition to these things, the Longmont Chorale has some small groups that would be happy to sing at organization special events that you might have. We have the chorale singers, about 25 members. We have Sugar Beats, which is a quartet of women, and Heartland, which is a quartet of mixed members. They'd be happy to come and perform for any organization you would like. Finally, in June of 2013, members of the chorale will be representing Longmont in a 2-week-long 7-concert tour of the British Isles. I'd love to have anybody who wants to join and be part of that come with us. For the end here, I feel kind of like a political candidate making a speech. If you'd like more information, please look at our website, which is longmontchorale.org. That's longmontchorale.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Rod Brusque, followed by Joan Rhodes.
Good evening, Mayor Coons and Councilman. My name is Rod Brusky. I live at 8381 East County Line Road. I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am a proud American and a patriot, and I am currently across the road from me. Encana Oil has moved in doing a multi-port hydrofrac well. They're very transparent about what they're doing, so when they're bringing in the water truck, we and myself and Wes, the supervisor, went over and asked the driver where they were getting the water for this frac operation, which, you know, destroys the water. The guy proudly said from the city of Longmont. So I would like to allude down to the state constitution, Article 16, if you guys aren't familiar with that. It says that all the water in the state of Colorado belongs to the people of Colorado. And if you go down to Section 6 of that, it's about diverting an unappropriated water priority preference use. And I'll just kind of go over this because I know I'm on limited time. But it says, to the beneficial use shall never be denied. And then it goes down later in this article, and I'll leave this for you if you'd like. Those using the water for domestic purposes shall have the preference over those claiming for any other purpose. And those using the water for agricultural purposes shall have the preference over those using the same for manufacturing purposes. This manufacturing is actually destroying water, and it takes it out of the hydrological cycle of the earth. So I'm just really kind of appalled at that you guys are selling water for this kind of purpose. I know that there was claims that you guys sold about 600 acre-feet of water to the oil and gas industry. If you look at that on a percentage basis on the population of Longmont, that's 5 to 7% of our domestic water being sold to the oil and gas industry. You guys need to look at that a little closer. That's a big percentage. When you look under the CCOG, they go over how much water is used in fracking. In the state of Colorado, it's about 1%. So you guys are a little bit ahead of the curve on what you're doing with your water. Well, our water, I'm sorry, sir. Also, I noticed in the Sunday Times call interview with Dale Rademacher, and about the 2002 drought hit, how he was able to negotiate with the next right holders on the ditch that the city of Longmont would want to continue using the water. And he was quoted of saying, I was able to have this relationship and trust and say, we'll do the right thing to you or by you. So I'm just questioning that is selling a precious resource, more precious than oil and gas, and using it and selling it to the water or the oil and gas industry. I also would like to know that this water that you guys are selling, is the oil and gas industry paying a discounted rate compared to the citizens of Longmont? Thank you for your time, and I would like to also add, don't sell our treated water for toxic waste.
Thank you, Rod.
Thank you.
Joan Rhodes.
Mayor Coombs, council members, I am for the short person.
Yeah.
I'll get a ladder too. Mayor Coombs, council members, I am Joan Rhodes, the president of the Longmont Artists Guild, and I want to thank you so much for bringing the Year of the Art to Longmont. Some of our projects through the Guild is we're going into the hospital and we're going to be teaching the Alzheimer patients art. We're trying to create more projects that get out into the public. Another thing that we're trying to do is advertise our workshops and demos to the public to draw people more into wanting to participate in the arts. So thanks again for bringing it to Longmont.
Thank you, Joan. Doug Ward.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Doug Ward, 2337 Brandy Court. That's with an E. With an E. Everybody keeps saying Brandy. I'm president of the board of the Longmont Symphony, and I'd like to not only thank you for the proclamation this evening, but on behalf of at least one person in the arts community, I'd express appreciation to council and to the city of Longmont for the support of the arts. I think the city has had a long legacy of supporting the arts, and we've had great events. I also think we are very fortunate to have Kimberly join the arts community and all that she has done to promote the arts, and so I think we have a real treasure with her. But again, thanks to council, thanks for the citizens for your continuing financial and participation support of the arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Andrew Johnson, followed by Chris Porzuchek.
Hello, Council. My name is Andrew Johnson. I am the Colorado Chapter President of Gears Incorporated. I'm also here today with our current resident of Longmont, our Secretary, Colin Argus. I'd just like to take this opportunity today to introduce our organization and hopefully begin a relationship with the city of Longmont. Gears is a non-for-profit organization devoted to the community and the citizens within them. And we meet twice a month to discuss what we, as young men, can provide our communities and our citizens, neighbors. Our contributions range from local volunteer help to providing feel-good events for our neighbors and citizens within them as well, and the communities. We'd like to extend a helping hand to the city of Longmont and offer our services wherever you guys see necessary. From anything to cleaning up a park after a nasty storm to running crowd control at a well-populated event. Anything that your resources may not be able to cover, we'd like to help fill that gap. I'd like to open up. That's a short little speech I got. I'd just like to offer any questions if you guys have any.
All right.
Okay, I'd love to leave a card with you guys. That way you can contact us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
You want to just give that to our city manager?
Of course. Yeah.
Chris Porzuchek.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. That was great. You got it dead on. It took a little while, but we got it. Thank you for the forum again. I wasn't going to come today. I feel like I'm here all the time, but I also feel compelled on my other hand because I have a unique situation. And so I'll continue to update you about my current situation. There's about 100 plus wells within 1.5 miles of going to be next to my house. 16 which are still slated to be 350 feet from my property line, or house, and 50 feet from our properties back there. So I feel compelled. I think we're going to move. I'm really leaning towards moving out of our place, and I feel like I'm being pushed out by the potential for all these oil and gas companies. I've got, I bring Jack as a reminder to all of you that this is why I feel compelled to do what I'm doing. I am trying to protect my son, trying to protect my family. We're planning on having another one, so my wife's going to be pregnant, and I have to worry about fetal issues with regard to the exhausts that are coming out of these things. And I just don't see it after listening last week and talking to a lot of our, I'm talking to our legislators too. I don't see, I don't see that this is going to change between now and the time they start drilling in my backyard 4 months from now or whenever it is. So I'm going to start making the moves that I feel necessary to save my family. That's the most important thing. And I'm not the only one that feels this way. There's going to be many other people, I think, in my situation that are going to feel compelled to leave as this infringes closer and closer to communities and houses. I'm just not going to put our health at risk for money. And I really urge you guys to think the same way, because that's what this is all about. It's about money. They're not even making any money on drilling this stuff right now because the price is so low. So the only reason that they're drilling is to get in before regulation. And I don't even like calling it regulation. I want to call it protection, not regulation. It's protection for me and my family. That's the way I view it. And America deserves the assurance that this, it's not going to jeopardize our families for this energy. I think that's above all most important, and I think it's being sacrificed for this energy cause, for the bigger cause of energy and oil and gas exploration, and I think it's sad because now I have to rethink where I'm going to move after I plan on raising my family in that spot around Longmont, going to Longmont schools for the next 20 years. So we're really planning on leaving, not necessarily selling, but leaving. I've got to get out of there before they start throwing a drill down there. And that's sad because I got to move my family and my business. And I just thought I'd share that with you today.
Thank you, Chris. Patty Burton.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Patty Burton. I live at 530 Kimbark. I am a local artist, metalsmith, and also the owner of Rapid Rapids Galleria. I'm excited and supportive of the proclamation you have made for the Year of Art in Longmont. And I want you to know that it's this kind of movement that brought me to Longmont 2 years ago when I was researching areas to move back to the States and open a gallery. I show over 40 local artists that are in Longmont and the Boulder County area. I am a member of the Longmont Studio Tour, so I open my studio and gallery and open it to other artists to show their work as well during the studio tour. I'm a member of the East Boulder County Artists, and there's over 40 of us, and there's actually a large population of us Longmont artists that do show. And I'm also a member of a group that just started called the Chamber of Art, and we are Old Town Longmont artists, and we all appreciate what you have done and the support of the arts community. So thank you.
Thank you, Patty. And next person is Linda, and the last name starts with a GL and ends with a TZ, I think, but I can't read the middle letter, so please enlighten me.
Gleitz, Linda Gleitz. I'm simply here to voice my support for the Year of Art proclamation. I'm a local artist and a member of many, many arts organizations, and we're very excited by that proclamation. And art enhances the community in many ways that aren't tangible, but makes a huge impact even financially, which seems to be the bottom line for a lot of people. So, yay! Year of Art, let's go.
Thank you, Linda. Judith Blackburn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Judith Blackburn, 3724 Oakwood Drive. I know you folks have been inundated with information about fracking and what to do about it, which all started with a news story about potential fracking on public land near Union Reservoir. But it has gotten much bigger than that. I don't know about you, but I have been very moved by the stories of the young families, Chris's and Rod's this evening, who live near Union Reservoir and have had their lives upended by the encroachment so close to their households and schools of oil and gas rigs, noise, traffic, potential health hazards, and just plain ugliness. I truly hope their stories won't be replicated in other parts of town, which I'm afraid will be the case if you allow Cougar to come in and assess how much fossil fuel is available for oil and gas development underneath the city of Longmont. What I would like to enter into the record tonight is the story of another Colorado community that did not accept what regulators and legal counsel are telling us, which is that local communities cannot stop corporations from fracking. In Gunnison County, on January 3rd of this year, Gunnison County won a litigation in a suit brought by an oil and gas company, and this suit vindicated the rights of Colorado local governments to assert their responsibilities and rights to mitigate harm from oil and gas extraction. The judge ruled in that case that state law did not trump county law by a simple claim of preemptive rights, but that proof of material harm to the corporation must be determined through evidentiary hearings. Further, that counties had the right to be reimbursed for consultant fees they may have incurred for reviewing of technical permit applications in such cases. I suggest you all check into the Gunnison County decision as you move forward toward extending our moratorium so that these kinds of options can be researched and initiated here. Naturally, big oil and gas interests are circling our territory looking for places with the least resistance where they can come in and drill before the citizenry wakes up to what is happening. Let's not let Erie Rising and Gunnison County outdo us for bravery and outrage. We can preserve the beautiful community we have here if we prepare carefully during these next few months and then stand our ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, no clapping. Can we next have, it looks like Edwina Salazar. Have you already spoke, so you're on, what's taking you off? Joe Bassman, followed by Shelley Bassman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, council members, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Manager. Thank you in particular for designating City Manager for designating the task for the entire city to review its regulations, to rewrite the regulations for oil and gas development in the city. As the time is coming near for the staff to present their recommendations to the city, to present them to the public, I've been listening to much of the information that's been brought to you by members of the citizenry right here in this room, by additional information that's still flowing in, and I am somewhat concerned about the time frame that the accelerated time frame of 4 months to reach, or 120 days to reach the determination of our new regulations. As I look at the schedule on that 4-month schedule, on the 4-month timeline, it seems to me that what's being short-circuited from a normal process is a healthy process of public review, a full review possibly, with public review and participation. So I'm asking you, please, as we get the information from the city, to give all of us an ample opportunity to review the recommendations that are being presented to us, and to give everyone in the community an opportunity to respond to this, which might very well be one of the most important issues that the city has faced. My heart goes out to those people who are victims of gas and oil development. Several of them have spoken to you before, several have spoken tonight. I've had an opportunity to speak with many others in our neighboring cities, and it's truly tragic. And I wonder how our city and other communities would respond if these people had been victimized by acts of nature, by tornadoes, by fire, how we would have responded to these people in these situations, and if we would not have tried to do everything we possibly could do to protect them. Our city is truly vulnerable. There's enough room with the current regulations to place oil wells in Roosevelt Park, in our golf courses, at the airport, at the fairgrounds, at McIntosh Lake, and many other places that I haven't looked at throughout the city. So please give us ample time to review the regulations. And finally, just one last thought. Please say no to Cougar. You have the opportunity to do that, and I think that would make a statement to the city that we really don't want to have gas and oil development pervading our domicile. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Shelley Bassman?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs and City Council. I'm Shelley Bassman. I live at 3414 Lakeview Circle. It was really heartwarming tonight to be part of celebrating and welcoming new citizens to our country, because 30-some years ago, Joe and I and our then toddler drove to Denver to the district court of some sort, I can't remember, and we're part of a officially making people, including our little girl, citizens of the United States. And we still have the flag that they gave us that day. Wanda has it. And the arts community. Our grassroots kitchen table, sometimes at the library, sometimes over at the fire station, a group that has been getting together and doing as much research as we can while still having lives and doing work, have come up and put together a list of what we would consider to be responsible and protective oil and gas regulations. Longmont definitely needs, that's why we're doing this. And we would like to share, in the spirit of cooperation and sharing and collaboration, we'd like to share these with the council, and we'd like to know that they're being considered as the regulations are promulgated. And then that we would really like to have opportunity to come and find out about them, to have input, to be part of the process. Because it's our homes and our families, too, that are being threatened by unregulated or poorly regulated, unprotected oil and gas regulations. If it's possible, I'd like to ask that this be put in its front and back page, be put into go online for the minutes of this meeting so that people can come and look at our suggestions, our research. Okay.
Sure.
And thank you very much. I consider not coming, but then I think you'd forget that I wanted to pay attention to this. So thanks for listening.
Thank you, Shelley. Kay Fissinger.
Kay Fissinger, 2199 Creekside Drive. Mayor, Council. There's a confluence of issues that the City Council needs to address. The first is the city's neighborhood notification policy. The second is the trail around Union Reservoir. And the third is the train wreck of oil and gas drilling and fracking coming into Longmont, and specifically at Union Reservoir. Residents of the northern shore of the reservoir by County Road 28 insisted that they did not receive notification. Believe them. While they may have, in fact, received some sort of communication from the city, it was clearly inadequate to define the scope of the issue. This isn't the first time that the city has inadequately notified neighborhoods, and unless the policy is changed, it will not be the last. The issue of drilling for oil and gas at Union Reservoir was on the staff's table as early as June 2011. Ex-Mayor Baum recently said in a radio broadcast that drilling was nothing new, that, quote, it had been in the works for a year and a half, end quote. Really? But the public was not aware of this until October. and the plan was to ram the issue through for a hearing by Planning and Zoning Commission on November 18th. The P&Z was intended to be the final word on the matter. Had residents not been alert, those living outside the immediate Union Reservoir area would not have been present at the neighborhood meeting to learn that drilling was intended to be imminent. Most of the residents in the area did not grasp the city's intention and had to be separately notified of the threat. While the Union Reservoir Master Plan was modified and vetted, it is essential to note that this vetting was without any knowledge whatsoever by the public that the area was going to be invaded by the oil and gas industry. Union Reservoir is unique. Drilling has no business anywhere near it, and it should be stopped by any and all measures available. Council needs to direct staff to revise the notification process so that full implications are apparent. The notifications need to go beyond small neighborhood geographical areas when the impact is broad and or citywide, and the council needs to table the $750,000 expense of the trail until there is a full understanding of the impact of drilling at Union Reservoir. That last recommendation I make with reluctance, as I am strongly supportive of such a trail. However, the impact on wildlife, whether from the trail or from drilling, needs careful assessment before, not after, the financial cost is incurred. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Please no applause. I think that ends our public invited to be heard. Miss anybody? Councilor Strider. Did I miss your name? Come on up.
Hello, Mayor Coombs and council members. My name is Sharon Smith Eisler, and I'm a board member of the Longmont DDA. And I first want to thank you for proclaiming 2012 the year of art in Longmont. You could see what kind of support we are getting from that. I wanted to speak about the Art and Entertainment District. This is a project that the LDDA and independent art organizations and artists have been working on for quite some time. In 2010, an inclusive community effort began to gain consensus on what this district should look like. In 2011, the LDDA board accepted this plan and it incorporated it into its strategic plan and annual work plans. The collaborations are beginning now. There's building, there's acceptance of the plan, and things are working the way the LDDA board had envisioned them, and I just wanted to say that we are very pleased with the progress that's being made. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. All right, that ends our public invited to be heard.
Mayor and Council, item 8A on second readings and public hearings is ordinance 2012-04, public hearing and second reading of the bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2012. And Mayor, I think I can summarize this fairly quickly. This and the next item both have to do with the improvements to our wastewater treatment plant, and we're involved in a design build project out there to upgrade the headworks. And as the design build contract has gotten to the construction phase, the early estimates were underestimated, and we need to take $3 million from our sewer bond fund and move it into this project so we can continue to get the contract going. So that's what item A is about, and then the next one, when we get to it, is basically the capital improvement program change to that same project. If you have questions, we have staff here, both from the sewer area and from budget.
Anybody have questions? No, don't see any on this issue.
The public hearing is in order then.
All right. I will open the public hearing. We've got Donald Barday. Is he here? Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coons. I would move ordinance 2012-04.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Passes 6-0 with Councilmember Bagley absent.
Mayor and Council, 8B is ordinance 2012-05, public hearing and second reading of bills for an ordinance amending the 2012-2016 capital improvement program. And Mayor, as I indicated, this just changes the CIP to reflect the actions that you took previously.
Okay, are there any questions from council members before I open the public hearing? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing on this ordinance. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this item at this time? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Is there any additional discussions on this item? Councilmember Levison.
Mayor, I'd like to move the item so we could do discussion if we want. I move item 0-2012-5.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Passes 6-0 with Councilmember Bagley absent.
Mayor and Council, item 7C is ordinance 2012-06, public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance creating a moratorium on accepting or processing land use applications, permit applications, or other applications seeking approval to conduct oil and gas exploration, extraction, or related operations within the city limits. Mayor, before you have a public hearing, I do have a couple of statements I need to make on behalf of the staff before we go any further than this. The purpose of this moratorium is to provide time to examine the Longmont regulations governing oil and gas operations, review other existing or pending local government regulations in Colorado, and prepare amendments to the update of the Longmont Land Use Development Code. And I think it's important to examine just a little bit where we are on this. This is a complicated issue. It involves state statutes, Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission rules, court decisions, and a myriad of county and cities that are currently drafting regulations similar to, or at least reviewing and trying to draft regulations similar to what we're trying to do in the city of Longmont. On page 38 of your packet is a schedule that was proposed early in this process, shortly after we launched it. And I think there are a couple of important things that I'd like to point out on this schedule. Tonight you have your second reading that adopts the ordinance 10 days from publication at the on Friday. That ordinance imposing the moratorium will actually become effective. The key date that is coming up is January 31st. A week from tonight, we're scheduled to release a draft set of regulations that would go to advisory boards, the council, and the public. And I think it's important for me to share with you tonight that despite the staff's working their tails off for the last few weeks, we are not going to be in a position to provide a draft of those regulations on the 31st. Instead, we're going to need to provide options that will be considered, and they will need to be reviewed by the public, the boards and commissions, as we are also trying to refine and draft the regulations that we'll actually be able to bring to you at a later date. As you know, the 120-day process is driving what we have to do, and looking at this schedule, in order to have a public process, boards and commissions, P&Z, and still be able to adopt on first reading an ordinance that will adopt your new regulations, and then have those approved and effective prior to the end of your moratorium. This is basically the schedule that we have to be on, and January 31st is a critical date, and it's the first critical date that I need to tell you tonight that we are not going to meet the date on that draft set of regulations. So we have staff here that are familiar with all the details. The city attorney and the planning staff can answer questions if you have them before you have your public hearing.
Councilmember Levison.
So we're not going to have the draft regs released. So we're going to be, let me just make sure I'm understanding correctly that we're going to be working from, what would you call the document then? Guidelines or?
We'll be releasing options of the various areas that they're looking at redrafting regulations. They will put those options out there and be taking comments at the same time as they're continuing to refine those options into a set of draft regulations.
So the option would be that we look at this regulation or not look at revising regulation so that we can meet a deadline that the council has set, or I don't really understand it maybe.
Maybe the attorney will be able to give you a very succinct view, but no, it's not a matter of looking at options of whether we're going to bring forward a set of draft regulations for you to consider adopting. It's actually the process of getting those draft regulations together, and it's going to take longer than January 31st. And we'll be needing to go out in the public process if we're going to stay on this schedule, because if we don't meet certain other process deadlines, then we will be behind the 8 ball trying to meet the March 13th, the first reading of an ordinance. Did I hit that close, Eugene?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. You know, as we originally thought we were going to be working on a timeline as currently proposed, draft regs would be a single proposed ordinance. During our working group meetings, I think we've come to understand that we're not in a position to have a single set of draft regulations, and instead, in certain areas, we're going to be putting forth options for council to consider. What is being done by other local governments within the state as we continue our research into these areas. I think as we got into it, there were a lot more subject matter topics in oil and gas to look at, and just the complexity of the issue and the very dynamic field that's going on right now, talking to experts across the state, trying to get the best information we could get.
So my understanding might be that if you're going to provide different options, like, you know, option A, B, C, D, E, for every type of rulemaking, you could, how are you going to draft those? However many citizens or commissions say they like Rule A as opposed to Rule B proposed, option A or option B, do we just take whatever the general consensus is, and do we ever have any time to put them all together and then have those citizen boards and the public look at the entire draft before, as one entity, and be able to comment on it?
Could I ask one simple question?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand what we're doing, Mayor.
Would this whole scheduling problem be solved if you had 30 more days or 60 more days to do a really good job? I'm not saying that's what I'm proposing. I just want to know from your point of view.
Certainly more time would allow a more full analysis at this point, certainly on the front end. And in terms of Councilmember Levison's question, you know, we would imagine that we would run these options through our boards and commissions and Planning and Zoning Commission. They would have recommendations to council, and we would need to get direction from council as to where they would like to go.
Mayor, could I, if I could just add one bit of information, although I might be out a little bit ahead of the working group because I'm not in every one of those meetings. If we had 30 days beyond January 31st to get the draft regulations together, I believe we would have a set of draft regulations go out there. But January 31st is coming just really quickly. In fact, when you think about it, January 31st for a set of draft regulations is coming faster than your ordinance that you're adopting tonight will be effective, because it's 10 days after the publication, which will take place Friday.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. If our staff can't do the job, do we need to hire someone who can? Gordon?
Mayor, I guess that I would respond to that by saying that we were directed to bring both the moratorium forward and do our very best to explore this possibility and come back with, I believe we were told repeatedly, proper policy or good policy. And I would venture to guess that if you hired anybody to try to do this work in this period of time by January 31st, I don't think you'd be able to hire anybody that could do it and bring back good public policy for the council to consider.
Councilmember Samori.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. As I'm looking at the schedule, I believe, didn't we cancel the meeting on the 7th of February? So we don't have a study session?
Yes, you have.
So would an extra week ease the pain a little?
Mayor, I'm not, I guess that at this point, a week of easing the pain is a lot different than saying that if you're going to have a draft set of regulations that promote good public policy, I don't know that 1 week is going to be adequate. I think Eugene is probably in a better position to say whether or not he thinks that's going to do it, but from my conversations with members of the working group, I don't think 7 days is going to make the difference.
Councilmember Levison?
Yes, I think we gave you a Herculean task when we set out this this time schedule, considering all the movement and the court cases and everything else, and I'm just not sure how we're going to get good regulations if even a month later you release a draft. How would we stay on schedule if the options that are being out there in the draft, we can't, I mean, sometimes it just doesn't come together that easily. Plus, we already know that there's going to be some legislation happening simultaneously with everything that could totally shift, if there are votes on legislation, shift what we're doing that might be superfluous or something that we might need to rewrite and adjust. I know it's frustrating for council members to want to get this done in this compressed time frame, but I really think that to err on the side of having a good regulation that we can make sure that all the commas are in the right place and the sentences read well, I think we need to ease up on the schedule, frankly. And I know people aren't going to be happy with that, but, I move that we amend the proposed time schedule in this ordinance to extend the moratorium to, I'd say, June 17th. That gives an extra period of time. Certainly the legislative session will end the beginning of May, and then I understand the governor has a certain amount of time to sign bills, and that would settle everything. And then again, if the staff, I don't think the staff has been lollygagging on this, frankly, and to make some assumptions that maybe they're not working hard enough or they can't get the job done. These are the staff members we knew we had on board that were committed to doing everything the council asked them to. And frankly, I think they are. I have confidence that they're working very hard at this, at the expense of pushing everything else aside. So when citizens ask us what's being done on some other matter, we're telling them, well, there's no time because we're doing this very high-level work that we directed them to do. So making that motion to extend the, to amend the ordinance and to extend the moratorium on the schedule to June 17th.
Councilmember Santos.
Point of order. We haven't had our public hearing on the original ordinance yet. So to make a motion at this time would be very premature. When I talked with staff regarding the 120-day moratorium, it was indicated to me that 120 days would be possible. Some folks wanted a little bit longer, and I understand that. However, I'm not sure that we're I don't know if I'm sure that 6 months is going to be another additional 60 days, another 90 days, another 120 days, another 360 days is going to be enough for some folks in this community. I say we, unless council is willing to let this moratorium go down at this meeting, and basically the moratorium is lifted, I say we pass the moratorium and then come back and discuss this at another time.
I want to make I've got a question for you, Gordon. Has any other cities been able to go from where we were with 10-year-old regulations and do this really complicated moratorium or process with new regulations in a 4-month period, basically, that you're aware of? Because mostly all the readings that I do say that people are asking for 6-month moratoriums. I'm not saying that's what I'm asking for, but I just want to know, do you know, has other cities been able to fast-track this much faster than 4 months?
Mayor, I'm not aware of another city that has adopted a moratorium and tried to and has accomplished their rewrite of the regs. So I have to answer no to that. I would like to clarify something that I think is getting maybe misconstrued here. You haven't heard me or any member of the staff say that by March 13th that we're saying that we can't bring forward you a draft ordinance for you to adopt on first reading. All I'm trying to tell you is the schedule that we laid out and the schedule that is here that we all sort of agreed to, that allows public participation, boards and commissions to give you advice, and the whole process. That in order to make this timeline work, we had to hit a January 31st deadline, and that's the only deadline I'm saying that we're not going to make. We will continue, if we're told to do that by adopting this ordinance and moving forward tonight, we will just continue to have to bring options, deal with the public and boards and commissions dealing with options instead of a draft ordinance. And by March 13th, we expect to have a draft ordinance ready to be adopted. But I think it's appropriate that you know tonight that we're not going to be able to stay on the schedule that we're on as was in your pact and everyone has been talking about. And for anybody to think that we're not doing the best work we possibly can, I would say that that's just a misperception.
Councilmember Witt.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. You know, I feel that we spent a lot of time talking about whether or not to enact a moratorium, but we really didn't talk about any other options. I know that other communities have gone ahead and started working on revamping their regulations without putting in a moratorium. I think that perhaps what we need to do is change the scope of work that we're asking our staff to produce. So we definitely gave them a very steep task. And I think everybody agrees that what we want is we want the right policy. We are not going to have all the information that we need in the next 120 days. This is an evolving situation. And we also, and I've mentioned this before, we are not going to be able to put in moratoriums without raising red flags to the industry. And I think if it was necessary, we would run the gauntlet if we had to. But I think that what we really ought to talk about is changing the scope of work of what we're asking our staff to do. I think there's probably a set of regulations that's pretty common practice that if are not currently in our regulations we adopt, and then we continue to have a process to talk about what additional things we put in after we see what comes out of the legislative session, as well as working with other communities that are in a similar situation as ours. So that's an option to keep the moratorium, change the scope of work.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Santos, thank you for keeping on point about the reading. I just threw that out there essentially to get some discussion going. That motion to, see if we have to adjust the timeline here a little bit. Councilmember Witt, when we're talking about scope of work, are we going to say now stop, don't look at everything we told you to look at, only look at, I don't even know if at this point to send staff to say, see what's the best practices, what's a core rules and regs. I think they've already been doing some of that. And so again, I admire your statement that we want good public policy, we want good regulations, but I do think that by reducing the scope of work, we're not really going to accomplish that. I mean, unless we want to keep revisiting regs, for the next, so a certain part of it get done this first 6 months, and then everything else that didn't get done, what do we do about that when they, challenges come along or there's some less modernized regulation that we have not addressed. I think it keeps unleveling the playing field as far as surety with the industry knowing where we're going on things. I mean, I think having one set and getting it vetted and settled is better than trying to keep nibbling away at the chunk of cheese, because you don't know what else is going to come forward. And I think that looking at it holistically was really a good vision that we set forth. I guess the other part of this discussion is that if we adopt the ordinance before us this evening with no alteration, Councilmember Samori had pointed out, I recall, that we could always extend the moratorium. And so, I would be in favor of passing this, but at this point I would encourage council members to maybe rethink our length of time on the moratorium. We really do want to get the best regulations possible. And I think that the staff has been doing everything they possibly can to deliver a quality product, and we have to be able to give them time to do that, especially since things seem to be changing weekly. It's not, if nothing changed from the time in December we began discussing this to when they were going to get a draft regulation to present to various boards and commissions, that would be one thing. But it's like, the playing field changes every single week, and they have to make these adjustments and then study what the ramifications, for example, of this Gunnison County legal case are, and how are they supposed to have any breathing time to reflect on that instead of just giving a knee-jerk reaction.
Councilmember Witt.
I think the nature of this issue, we are going to end up having to change things as we go along, just because it is rapidly developing. Eugene, what is your understanding of what we asked you to do? So I remember people saying we want check marks and all in every box. So are you developing a list of options to put check marks in every box? What is it that you're working on here?
Mayor and council member, so we started out looking at the checkbox approach. When you marry that with the preemption legal analysis, I think we found that it's not necessarily the case that if there's a check in that box, that it means that it would stand up to legal challenge. And so that has created a lot of discussion in our working group to think creatively about how to balance those two issues. We certainly don't want to put out a regulation we don't feel could be legally defended, yet we're trying to achieve the objectives of what council directed us to do. And, I think it's turning out to be a more complex task. And if we are looking for creative ways, you have to look for creative processes. And, in terms of the changing playing field, one thing that we've seen, which seems to be a recently new development, is a memorandum of understanding that the COGCC is offering to local jurisdictions to address local concerns. And so, it takes time to vet that process, see what it means, see what it might yield. And, that's one avenue we're pursuing. And then to comment on the mayor's question about other communities being able to adopt regulations, I was at the Wattenberg Field City and County Attorney and officials meeting last Friday, and Jeff Wilson, the General Counsel for CML, asked a question for the members in the room, and there were probably at least 40 people there. It was very well attended. Who has adopted a regulation in the past 6 months? Nobody's hand went up. And, I know Jeff was asking that question just to get a feel for what's out there and how much movement there is in the field. So it really is an emerging issue right now, and a lot of communities are dealing with moratorium, or at least pressure to enact moratorium and see where they might go. And I think the COGCC is feeling that pressure too, and is starting to think, I would imagine, about more collective type solutions. And so, we'd like to be part of that. But it's novel issues coming up now.
And do you have, I assume that you have industry experts on your working group?
We are making contacts with industry experts. We have not engaged the industry itself yet. We're trying to get our ducks in a row to make sure we understand what we would like to propose, or what the pressure points are, and be able to fully understand those before we engage with the industry. But we certainly intend to do that, as well as the COGCC. But, we're getting up to speed and drafting regulations all at the same time, and it is a challenging project.
So I think that we need to set the expectation of our community that we are not going to we will not have a complete policy in the next 6 months. Whether we have a moratorium or whether we do not, we are not going to have a set in stone policy. We will have policy direction. I think we'll have an idea of where we want to go, but I think we need to remember that this is going to change through probably the next couple of years.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I think in my mind what we ought to do is work as hard as we can in the next 120 days, see where we're at, and if we need to extend it, then we'll extend it. But just work as hard as we can the next, until April 17th, and then see where we are. If we can't meet these exact deadlines, then so be it. Let's do the best we can in the time we have, and then see where we're at.
Well, I'd like to say that from my point of view, I agree with Eugene that we need to have a set of regulations that we can legally defend. And if it takes a little while to figure out what that is, and I also agree with Bonnie that let's just now pass what we have tonight and work absolutely as hard as we can, and then assess where we are, before we run out of time. If we need to extend it. That's my point of view. Councilman Samori.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So if we come up with the checkbox and we have a check in every box that we want, some may be acceptable, some may not be acceptable from a legal standing. In the ordinance that we have in front of us, there's a sentence at the end that says, the provisions of this ordinance are severable, and invalidity of any part shall not affect the validity effectiveness of the rest of it. Couldn't we have such a statement on the checklist, knowing that potentially some of the ones that we put a checkbox or check the box may not be valid or enforceable? And then if it isn't, we can uncheck it, but the rest of it would be valid and enforceable.
Mayor and council members, Samori, that is certainly a legislative drafting tool that is often used as a boilerplate language to protect against pieces of an ordinance or legislation being found invalid and not taking down the whole. So yes, we would certainly be inserting something like that into our regs when we get there.
Councilmember Levison.
Yes. I just want to ask the other council members, when we're given the schedule, when would we look at extending the time on the moratorium? Because if we wait until the 13th of March to extend it, we won't have enough time to pass. Would we have to pass an ordinance on first and second reading then, procedurally, to extend the moratorium? And wouldn't we need a month to do that?
Councilmember Santos? Oh, excuse me.
Mayor and Councilmember Levison, yes, it's an ordinance. It takes 10 days after final publication to be effective. There is a little bit of wiggle room in April if we were to have special meetings. But generally, we would need to stay on the schedule. The passage of the ordinance is now designed to become effective at the almost latest possible date before the moratorium expires.
So I guess we would we have need to direct you to have an ordinance simultaneously presented on March 13th, that in case we can't meet the first reading, or if we have, too much we want to alter on first reading, that we can extend it at the same, would we have to just, when do we need to tell you? By February 21st, so that you can get that other ordinance drafted so that it can be in effect, within, before the moratorium would run out?
I don't like going up right to the brink, but the actual drafting of the moratorium extension ordinance would be very easy. It would just be a very short amendment of what we have before us tonight. So there is a little bit of time after the February 21st, but I think after that study session there, that council will have a pretty good idea of where we stand in terms of deciding which of the options we'd like to pursue. And, it kind of depends upon the direction from council to staff whether we have enough clarity to move forward with the ordinance.
Mayor, if I could add there.
Sure.
At the 21st meeting would be the logical time. You will have an opportunity to hear from your boards and commissions and everything else by then. At that point, you direct us stay on course because we're close enough to having the drafts ready. Then if you decide on the 21st we're not, you could direct us to bring something back on the 28th. Even February 28th would be your second reading or your first reading opportunities for your last regular meeting. Okay. And so I think that the 21st study session is a key time for us to assess where we are and hear from everybody that's involved in it, in staff as well as your public advisory reports.
Okay, I think I understand. So after the meeting on the 21st, we could realistically know whether or not we need to direct you to bring back something about extending the moratorium.
Mayor and Councilmember Levison, that's correct. And I think if we had that direction on the 21st, we could get it into the council packet on the 28th. I think drafting the actual ordinance would be pretty quick to
And that would have to go, again, that would have to go through first and second reading.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understand everything. Thank you.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I just can't believe we had that conversation because it's right there on the schedule. The 21st, if for some reason staff says we can't make it, then council at that time can make a decision to say yes, extend the moratorium. Then you just follow the 13th and the 27th for first and second readings. The ordinance takes effect 10 days after publication, which is within the April 17th, the current moratorium. I can't believe we just had that exercise when it's right here on our in our packet. It's very clear that those are the dates that we need to look at, or the 21st is probably the drop dead date. But I would still encourage staff to work as diligently as they possibly can to meet the deadline, the 120 days that we set. and I know they're doing that. But it's my hope that when we get to that the 21st, it's not, gee, I just don't want to see any let up on the gas, so to speak. I want to see this done adequately so we can have something that we can pass. Kind of reminds me of a topic that we've had before. Campaign finance. It changes all the time. Oil and gas. It's going to change all the time. People are going to sue. People are going to win. People are going to lose. Cities are going to win. Cities are going to lose. Counties are going to win. Counties are going to lose. It's an ever-evolving topic. Are we going to have to address this probably once this passes, 6 or 7 months down the line? You betcha. One way or another, we're going to have to, whether a bill gets out of the Colorado General Assembly in the House or the Senate, or if anything gets done. I mean, we met with the legislators, and I really didn't get a flavor of what is in the bill from Representative Matt Jones. He just wanted to hear what we wanted. I didn't hear what he was proposing, which was quite striking and quite informative. And whether or not any gridlock of partisanship is going to happen at the General Assembly, which what happened in the last several months, you could almost see it that's going to not go very far. Hopefully they pass a budget, and like us, they're required to. But again, it's right there. I'm looking right at it. And if we need to address that, then let's address it at the February 21st meeting, but let's hopefully get everybody moving to see if we can draft the best regulations possible.
Mayor, I just would like to clarify one thing. Mayor Pro Tem Santos, yes, February 21st is right there in black and white. The point I wanted to bring up, and I thought the council, the public, and everyone else should be aware, also in black and white is January 31st. And I thought it was fair that everybody understand that we're not going to be able to make the January 31st. And it's appropriate we all know that and not go forward with some delusion. We never did say that we needed more time. We say that we very likely can get a good ordinance together by the 13th, but it's not going to have the schedule that we have right here. Right. And as long as we all understand that and work towards it, I think the 21st is our next critical time.
Well, I think we should give you the freedom to adjust the schedule to fit. Now that you know more, we don't have to live by this schedule. We just have to live by the end dates. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. And Gordon, I wasn't insinuating that at all. I was addressing a point about when would we need to extend the moratorium. I understand that we're not going to make the black and white date of appears. We're not going to make the black and white date of January 31st. But it's good to be able to check in the council and say, hey, unfortunately, we're not going to make this date, and we have to notify the public about when we're going to release these draft regulations. I have no problem with that. I was just addressing what Councilmember Levis was talking about as far as when we would need to, if we needed to, enact an extension of a moratorium. That's the only point I was making. And Eugene, while I have the mic just real fast, because this is taking some time and I'd really like to pass this moratorium. The Gunnison case, I'm sure the city attorney's office is up to date on that case and that ruling. And I'm not asking for an opinion, but you guys are aware.
Yeah, our special counsel emailed me that order the day after it was announced.
Thank you.
Okay. I will open up public hearing on this ordinance. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Yeah, turn around.
Is that it? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Attorney. I was sitting on the edge of my chair during that conversation.
You still have to do your name and address.
I'm Joe Bassman, 3414 Lakeview Circle, where I own the surface rights. It seems to me that during this conversation that we just had, at least I didn't hear very much conversation about why it is, what is the reason that there's a 4-month moratorium. I understand that that might have been a compromise when the moratorium was passed, but what is the driving factor that says this needs to be done in 4 months? I haven't heard any conversation of that. I don't know that the position that says it has to be done in 4 months is really represented by anyone who's in this room. So I'd like to hear that addressed. In my mind, it's clear that the people having a 4-month moratorium period is to the detriment of the citizens. In fact, I've heard a comment during the conversation that we have to deal with the public. I'm not sure what the options are that will be presented, but I would truly hope, considering the magnitude of the harm that can possibly befall our neighbors, can possibly befall our city, that we would be instructing the city manager to take, well, in fact, we would simply be asking the city manager, if you had 6 months rather than 4 months to come up with this ordinance, would it be a better product for the city? Would it be a better product for the neighborhoods? And nobody's asking that question. Am I the only one who thinks that it's an important question? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Are there any other people who would like to speak on this? Shelley?
Shelley Bassman, 3414.
Can you pull the mic down a little bit?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Can the question be answered? If you take 6 months instead of 4 months, will you have a better product?
Absolutely.
Or is that not possible? I would think so. I would think, given the magnitude of the information that's out there, the magnitude of the choices that cities are, the options that are available, the magnitude of the disaster that will befall the city if TOP puts their multi-well behind Chris Porzachek's home and the Siemens home. Given the magnitude of that, we need to take the time to do it right. It's no skin off the industry's knees if we take 2 more months. This is an $18 billion industry in Colorado alone. That's 18 with 9 zeros. Write it down. It's the same as the state of Colorado's budget. This is the industry. We don't need to worry about hurting their feelings. Corporations don't have them. But it's your job to protect the citizens of this city. And this business about having little boxes that you check off. Looking closely at that piece of paper, it had setbacks. Check. Well, you can check that box off with a 150-foot setback, which is the height of a drilling rig that the COG didn't want to fall on a house. That is not a safe setback. For current technology and the toxic and hazardous wastes and high volumes of waste, we're talking 5 million gallons of water poisoned that needs to be taken. Half of it stays in that hole, and half of it comes up, back up, and has to be taken out to Fort Lupton. And we don't want one of those waste drills in our city. And no, I don't need 360 days, but we do need to take it. Other cities have taken 6 months. We can do that well. Thank you.
Kay Fissinger, 2199 Creekside Drive. I would encourage you to go forward and pass the moratorium as it's currently written, because I worry very much about what would happen if it does not pass. There's an awful lot of things that were said this evening. I could address them, but I think it's probably better for me to wait and perhaps even address them in a different forum. All I would say to each and every council member here, and to Mr. Bagley, who may be watching this at some point, or at least talk to other council members, is I hope that not a single solitary one of my city council representatives is sitting on that dais for the purpose of representing the oil and gas industry. You were chartered to represent all the individual people of the city of Longmont, and that is the only group that you should be representing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Councilmember Santos? Oh, yes. Is there any additional discussions or any more public hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, I would hope, as the last speaker said, that everyone was representing the best interests of the city of Longmont. And I'm pretty confident that knowing the 6 of you and knowing myself, that, and as I've said before, trying to get the best regulations possible. I'm not concerned, and I talked with Dale Rademacher about this, and I'm not concerned about revenues coming into the city. What I'm concerned about is the assets that the city has purchased with funds, whether it was voted on by the public or whether it's water fund or whether it's storm drainage fund. I'm concerned about the assets of the city and the people that voted for those assets that we currently hold, and the environment and the proximity to whether it's schools, whether it's residences, what have you. To make blanket accusations, which is common from some folks that come up and speak, is not genuine. So, again, with this, I would move ordinance 2012-06.
Councilmember Witt.
I do want to remind people that I think many of us have said, and I have said, that we're not in support of leasing out the city's mineral rights. So when we keep bringing up, and we're going to have drills at the airport, and we're going to have drills at Roosevelt Park, and I feel that this is unnecessary to frighten people, because we as a group many of us have already said that we would not support that. So there will not be drills at Roosevelt Park or the airport or anything that this city owns unless the citizens, in my mind, vote on it. So please, this is not going to be something that is going to happen as long as this council sits here.
I also wanted to basically tell you that I did ask that question, would we have better regulations in 6 months and 4 months? So just for the record. All right, we've got a motion. It's been first and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Passes 6-0 with Councilmember Bagley absent.
Urban Council, next item is 7D, ordinance 2012-07.
I would like to maybe take a 5-minute recess first. Okay, sure. Okay, go ahead.
Public hearing, second reading of bill for an ordinance amending section 2.90.020 of the Longmont Municipal Code on the Transportation Advisory Board. And Mayor and Council, this increases the number of board members from 5 to 7 if you adopt it. And we don't have additional presentations unless you have questions.
No questions. I will open the public hearing on this ordinance. Is there anyone from the audience who wishes to speak at this time? Seeing no one, I will close public hearing. Someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Witt.
I would like to move ordinance 2012-07.
All right. All in favor? Let's vote, rather. Oops. There. Okay. Passes 6-0 with Councilmember Bagley absent. Now let's take a break. to be here at 6:45 tomorrow for a transportation meeting. I'd like to kind of get the meeting started again. Yep. No, that's my problem, so I want to hurry this along. So where's Mr. Santos? All right. Let's go
Mayor
ahead and get
Council,
started.
we are now ready for the consent agenda. Item 9A is ordinance 2012-08, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2012. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for February 14th. 9B is resolution 2012-03. This resolution approves the Union Reservoir Recreational Master Plan. Item 9C is resolution 2012-04. This resolution establishes an arts and entertainment district in the city of Longmont, Colorado. 9D is authorizes the Mayor Pro Tem to sign the U.S. Army Community Covenant. And 9E is designate the bulletin boards for the official posting of city council agendas. And Mayor, Council, I would like to remove item B for a short discussion and presentation.
Okay, are there any other items that the council would like to remove from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none. May I have a motion? Councilmember Levison?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move the consent agenda minus item B.
All right. Let's vote. Passes 6-0 with Councilmember Bagley absent.
And Mayor, Kim Sugar will make the presentation on item 9B, which is the resolution adopting the Union Reservoir Recreation Master Plan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We just want to take a few minutes and kind of recap the Union Reservoir Recreation Master Plan that was presented at the study session on January 10th. At that meeting and during Public Invited to be Heard, you did hear concerns from some of the residents living around the reservoir. Since the meeting on the 10th, I have met with those residents surrounding the reservoir and gone out and looked at some of their concerns, and they are very valid concerns, and they would need to be addressed during the design process. One thing we wanted to kind of look at this map and clarify there's some confusion that's going on. There's a trail that's depicted on the graphic here. This trail is what would go in once the reservoir has expanded. This isn't the trail we're discussing now. I know a lot of you have received some questions from individuals about whether this is over their house or not, and that's not what it is. Within the Union Reservoir Master Plan, it was identified to do an interim loop trail, which is pre-expansion of the reservoir. And in there, it has not been designed at this point. It is just a master plan is a conceptual, visionary. It just kind of said it was there. So there's a long process ahead to see what that trail may look like. And so, and I'll have Paula's going to get up and just kind of lay out the typical process that the city would go through to work on this through the design process. And also, in meeting with the residents, we've committed to an enhanced communication and engagement. We want to, right from the start, if this moves forward with a contractor, to sit down with them, have them involved through every step of the process. And as well as concerns about protecting wildlife, the city is always very protective of wildlife in our designs. We've modified trails along the St. Vrain Greenway to accommodate different raptors' nests, and we would do the same thing here. We would follow Division of Wildlife's guidelines. We would work with the residents on their safety concerns. We would work with the agricultural operations to ensure that we don't impact those, as well as meeting the public's desire to use public resources. So with that, I'm going to let Paula get up and explain the process a little bit more.
Thank you, Kim.
Mayor and Council, Paula Fitzgerald, Parks and Open Space Project Manager in the Natural Resources Division. So thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. A couple things I wanted to bring forward, and some of this is in your council communication in terms of the interim trail not being in the location of the trail shown on this master plan. And again, just for clarification, the loop trail is indicated in kind of a gold dot around the perimeter of the reservoir, except for in the very south end where it's a purple dot. And the key on the very lower right-hand side indicates that the gold dot is a soft surface trail and the purple dot is a concrete trail with a crusher fines edge, and that would be between the two use areas. So again, as Kim mentioned, that master plan is inherently a conceptual document, and typically there are changes made in I guess I can say in my many years of professional work, I don't believe I've ever seen a master plan be executed in exactly the locations, the size, the specificity of a master plan. You don't know the full detail of the site, the constraints of the site. It would be, I think, not prudent use of money to start at a very detailed level when your first attempt is to get a broader vision and agreement on the overall conceptual nature. And then once you have that broader vision and agreement, you typically, and in my practice always, then start honing in on the details of it. So to move forward to a phase one construction project, I believe we need, and we have in the past always received approval for a master plan. Again, that's the agreement to the conceptual level of the vision. So in the master plan work that we have just concluded, we found strong public support for the recreational opportunities with the project as a whole, and including the loop trail. There was a lot of public excitement generated with the opportunity to tie in the Union Reservoir loop trail with the also proposed Spring Gulch trail that Engineering Services is working on and you're aware of. So the phase one trail shares some common concerns with other trail design projects, and as Kim just mentioned, we've experienced this in the past, and we've had success in dealing with those issues and working through the nuances of those concerns. The trail, as we conceptually envisioned it, this interim loop trail is planned to be an 8-foot wide crusher fines trail. Basically, we need the width only, not so much for the use, but to allow for patrol and maintenance vehicles to make rounds around the perimeter of the reservoir as well. We will work to locate that trail to avoid impacts from stormwater and from agricultural ditch and operations, and we will also, as Kim mentioned, work very closely to make sure that to the extent we need buffer areas from sensitive environmental areas, that we will accommodate those. Our first work will be to meet with the residents surrounding the reservoir to hear their issues and have them air their concerns. The other thing we'll do right off is hire a consultant to work with us on with the environmental issues, and then propose, as is typical, several potential trail alignments that we can then vet one way or another. And as mentioned in my last presentation on January 3rd, if council would like us to bring that trail alignment back to this council for your review before we move forward, we are more than happy to do that. So our trail alignment goal is to balance the issues between wildlife and homeowners' concerns. And sometimes that balancing is going to require work on both sides to make that work. Regulations for trail use will also be discussed, and that perhaps may mitigate some of the concerns.
for both the environmental agency as well as homeowners. So with that, if there's any other questions you have for me, I'd be very happy to answer them.
Councilmember Witt.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate this master plan. It is going to be a great improvement at Union Reservoir, and I think it'll really draw more people to our city, and I really appreciate that. And Kim, thank you so much for meeting with residents and talking to them about their concerns. Although this is actually not a planning issue, this is a policy issue, the trail. And I feel that it is not money well spent to build a trail which will be eventually inundated. So I feel that at this time, until we know if we're going to inundate this land or not, I think that I would like us to not spend the money on a consultant and building this trail and the rest of it. I think I would prefer that we adopt the master plan minus the interim trail.
Could you explain what you mean by inundated? The trail being inundated? Councilmember Witt.
We are planning to expand Union Reservoir, and after it is expanded, this trail that is being spoken of will be underwater.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Paula, we passed the master plan as approved, and I would, if this trail is going to be, we'll go through various different, as you said, various different phases in planning and what have you. I'd like to see it come back to council. It would almost be like approving this master plan would be like, without that trail, would be approving the airport master plan without a potential runway extension. Doesn't say it's going to be built. It doesn't say it's going to go, as I talked to Larry French the other day, it's not like it's going to go 15 feet into where he leases property to do agriculture. If it does, then I would definitely have a problem with that. But it seems that a loop trail around the reservoir as it stands now seems relatively reasonable, but where it goes needs to be definitely worked out with the staff and the residents and the neighbors that live out there, and even our leaseholders, so they're not negatively impacted. Again, I really think that approving this master plan without that trail would be like approving the airport master plan without a runway extension. It seems that talking to a couple of folks that I get the impression that people think that if we approve this, they you guys starting to turn dirt tomorrow, and that's not the case. It has several more iterations of plans that need to come forth. So that's my opinion.
I love trails, particularly trails around lakes. And I know when McIntosh was under consideration, a lot of people were kind of upset about that because of security reasons and whatnot. And now when I look at the police reports, I never see burglaries in those homes. I see tens of thousands of people a year enjoying that trail. So I understand that side. So from the citizens, that's a good point of view. But I also am a little bit, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me if we do spend $700,000 on a trail that's going to be underwater. It seems like, we can keep it in the plan. I agree with Councilmember Santos that it's good to have it in the plan to go through the process of designing it and looking at impacts and whatnot. But and also there's a chance that we may, by the time we're done with this thing, decide that we're not expanding the Union Reservoir, because that's not a given 100% certainty either. So maybe we won't be burying this trail underwater, and then people could have used it. So anyway, that's my comments on it. Councilmember Smorn.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Just to give the public a general idea, if this is going to happen, what kind of time frame would it happen in?
Mayor Coombs and Councilman Samori, what we have in the CIP and approved for this year is design money, and proposed for next year's CIP is construction of the loop trail. Also, there's some design money, hopefully, to do all this year, including what we call design development. So it's about to a 50% design level for the other amenities to the extent that we can envision them with and without the reservoir expansion.
Okay. So what would the life cycle of the trail be before we expand the lake, if we were to expand the lake?
Mayor and Councilman, so typically you would look at a soft surface trail lasting, 10 to 15 years without resurfacing, and that depends on the soil stability underneath, so that's very generalized. When we've talked with our Water Resources Division, they have kind of continually for the last 15 or 20 years given a 15 to 20 year projection as to when that expansion would happen. So we felt fairly safe that if we do an interim trail, it would have reached its full life cycle by the time the reservoir expands, if and when it does.
Councilmember Levison.
So, Ms. Fitzgerald, would it, I'm sorry you didn't hear these kind of comments from council members January 3rd, because I remember seeing this and all of us commenting, about what the edge of the trail looks like and other things, and it didn't seem to be, a huge issue until we heard from residents out there too. I'm just curious, again, I always want to make sure that we're good neighbors to our neighbors in the county out east. And I know in the past that, people have not gotten noticed that they've understood there's something directly when it comes to the mail that the reason they're getting the notice is because something's going to pretty closely impact them. So I would ask people to pay attention to their mail and also to come to meetings because it's really important. So is it possible that the loop trail, if people really are objecting to the loop trail, would you ever stop a trail at a certain point and just not do a full loop, that just put it up to a certain maybe U shape? And it would defeat the purpose of having a loop, of course, going around the whole thing. But would there be any purpose into not completing the loop, just having a U-shaped trail at the looping around the east and the west side, and then just the southern part of the reservoir?
Mayor and Council, an out and back trail certainly serves some trail function. I would say that probably is more desirable than no trail. But I think there is an inherent advantage to a loop trail in terms of destination and being able to, scenically as well as just on a transportation basis. If all of our roads actually just went out and back, and it minimizes the effectiveness of that transportation. So, certainly ultimate desirability, a loop trail would serve that more adequately.
So let me make sure I understand the timeline. So this year, it's really going out and getting some fine measurements taken and doing some design. And then at that point, would you take any of that design work, you would take it to the neighbors out there and take it to Parks and Rec Board, and then we could see it then too if we wanted to?
Mayor and Council, in a typical process, after the master plan level, we would not generally bring that back to council. This is a project where it has raised to that level of interest and your interest that we're more than happy to bring it back and deviate from sort of our typical process on this. So, in terms of taking it back to boards, generally not, unless they also felt a need to engage in that more detailed level of design. But and again, as I listed the process as we now envision it, is that we would actually start this phase one design with a conversation with the neighbors, just to hear their concerns and understand where they're, if there's some specific areas. I think Kim, who has talked with the neighbors, has actually asked for their input to look for solutions for us, and come up with their own ideas on where we might have a win-win. But certainly very critical to this, equal in my mind to the neighbor's concern, is the environmental concerns. We know we have several listed species out there. We know we have an active raptor nest. We know we have several issues that need to be dealt with. So I don't want to be making any promises to neighbors that then the environmental consultants or the Division of Wildlife says, no, that's not going to work. We need to meld those issues and find common ground between them.
So I guess maybe since I've heard some higher level of interest from other council members, maybe to give us some update in our information packet, and if leave it to your judgment and Ms. Sugar's judgment about maybe running it by Parks and Rec Board again, and letting the neighbors out there, when you've talked to them, at least have a crack at appearing before the citizen board that advises us to see whether or not, as you as professionals, it makes sense in one setting, but in their being partners out there also, they might relate better, citizen to citizen on that citizen board level. So I would just suggest that if it really we need to not just hear them, we need to also, as you indicated, we're going to take their opinions into consideration and do the best we can. So I think that I would be inclined to approve the plan. Plus, I think that we do need to remember that the master plans are a bit on the conceptual level. I know that the master plan for Roosevelt Park is not being followed to the exact T of the original plan, as well as other master plans, and you have to make some adjustments. So, maybe it's just that we get an update on, there's an update to the master plan process or how things are playing out. It is also quite a lot of money. And I understand that if it's going to cost, if the trails are only good for 10 or 15 years, eventually we're going to have to look at how many miles of trails we have and how they age, every 10 or 15 years to come up with that kind of budget for redoing them or maintaining them.
And if I could clarify that point, we wouldn't have to rebuild the trail after 10 or 15 years, but it would need some new surfacing and treatments to keep it in good condition.
I've got a question on that trail width. In the master plan, it's 10 feet wide, crusher fine, because we want to run city maintenance vehicles there to maintain it. But, we're also concerned about wildlife and intrusion, and why wouldn't we want to build, or at least consider in the master plan as an option B, to maybe a 5-foot wide that we maintain either with, the mountain bike volunteers, or we can maintain that with golf carts, something a little less intrusive as a cheaper potential option. I like small double track type trails as opposed to big trails myself. But anyway, I think that should be a possible consideration. I'm not against the master plan, but while we go forward in planning, we should maybe consider that we don't absolutely have to build a 10-foot wide trail. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, I think we did talk about that at the January 3rd meeting, and council actually gave direction regarding the wider width. I'd like to move this resolution 2012-03 with the caveat that the plan, the trail plan goes back to planning and zoning and is brought back to council for final approval. Parks, what did I say? Planning and zoning, excuse me. It's a P. To Parks and Rec, and then back to council for approval. That's the motion.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, let's vote. All right, we're in a 3-3.
The resolution is in limbo.
Yeah, the resolution is now in limbo. Councilmember Witt.
I would like to propose an alternate scenario. I would propose that we approve the master plan minus the interim trail.
Councilmember, we got a first and second. Councilmember Levison.
Well, you know, if we don't have the loop trail, that means we have no trail. No trail in the master plan at all, because we're just going to remove it. It would be almost like saying, you know, we don't want that many parking spaces, so we're going to remove that little bit of the parking lot because we don't think that we should have that. I mean, I really, I think the other alternative is to maybe move this to when we have Councilmember Bagley here next regular session, and you know, see where we go with it. But again, if we don't, if we pull the trail off, what would staff be if the work for 2012 is to do some design about what that proposed loop trail would look like? That means we just wouldn't do that, and we'd have to look at reallocating that CIP money, and none of the other planning on the other aspects could go forward either.
Mayor and council, my recommendation is if the council directs us not to move forward with the loop trail, we don't move forward with the loop trail. Now, we do have money for design this year. We could limit that design to the design development and see if there's any projects in this master plan that could move forward prior to the enlargement of the reservoir. So really, it's up to you. But yeah, I think reallocating the funds elsewhere is likely where at least the majority of that funding would go, and certainly next year's funds.
Mm-hmm. And so would we have any ability to have a trail? I mean, if we eliminate the loop trail, that means every bit of the trail goes, like not even having a partial trail.
And Mayor and Council, I guess I would like to make sure I understand that we're talking about the interim loop trail rather than the master planned loop trail. Okay. So.
Yeah. And so I don't, well, okay.
Mayor, I'd just like to add one bit of information. You are going to be making a decision sometime in the not too distant future regarding the Windy Gap project, the Chimney Hollow. If that decision is made to go forward and that becomes our next large storage vessel, then at that point the council will be looking at a situation where any enlargement of Union Reservoir is probably in excess of 30 years out into the future. And at that point, you can also reassess what you want to do with the master plan that you might adopt for a Union Reservoir, because that gives you a timing frame that is a lot different than an uncertainty that you have now.
All right. Councilmember Witt?
I think that Councilmember Levison, when you say that maybe we should put this off until Councilmember Bagley's here, in my conversations with Councilmember Bagley, he would agree with me. So anyway, it isn't a vote, but we can put it off until he gets here. But that is valuable information from our city manager that in the not too distant future we will be making a decision whether or not we are going to expand Union Reservoir, and I would be okay with re-looking at the issue at that time. But for the time being, I think that we leave it alone, because we're going to end up spending money to make sure that it all works, and then if the policy direction is that we would prefer not to put it in, then we've sunk a bunch of money in, and then everybody's going to say, well, we already spent the money to get the consultant in here, and then we'll feel obligated to do it.
Councilmember Levison?
I don't think we're ever obligated to you know, do some of these things. And also, I'm just thinking about the residents out there. If they're going to want to every month start tracking and remembering to track where the city is in this conversation, I think that to give them some surety out there, you know, might as well have the conversation about an interim trail and what it might look like. And, you know, we would have an opportunity when we have this decision point about Windy Gap to say, to move forward with something or not. And, you know, I don't think that it's going to happen. Gathering the information about where you'd put a trail anyway for the wildlife issues might still get us the valuable information that for some of the other aspects of the development, correct? I see the nod of the head, yes. Okay. So, I mean, there is a productive use in gathering of information, and whether or not that includes, you know, to the zeroing in on the exact width and location of an interim trail, I'd rather have a conversation earlier than leave things hanging constantly.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. And, you know, I heard the same conversation when we talked about the airport master plan. Several members of council said, you know what, we should just take out the airport extension. We're never going to get the money. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. It's the same thing. You have to, it's a master plan. You have to plan for every contingency possible. And, you know, it's to say that, you know, I know how somebody's going to vote. It's preposterous.
Okay, I guess we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? So the motion is basically to go ahead with the master plan without the loop trail. Interim trail, yeah, without the interim loop trail, but still with the external loop trail. So, I guess let's vote. Well, we're deadlocked again with Witt, Finley, and Samori, yes, and Sarah, Santos, and Coombs, no. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Since we're deadlocked, and hopefully we'll be able to pass this, I propose that we just postpone this item to the next regular session.
Second. Let's vote on that. That passes 6-0 with Councilmember Bagley absent.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and we are now ready for general business. And item A is an update on focus on Longmont strategic planning process, and Karen Roney will make this presentation.
And members of City Council, my name is Karen Roney, and I'm with the Community Services Department, and I'm one of several staff members and community members that is on the coordinating team for the Focus on Longmont update. I do want to acknowledge that Marietta Gonzalez is hanging in there with us. She's also one of our community members on the coordinating team. So this is our second update on to council on our progress with the Focus on Longmont update. And I'm going to move quickly through this, thinking that you probably just want me to move quickly. And so what has transpired since the last time we provided an update to council is that this fall, in October and November, we held our community conversations with the public to get their input on what might be some things we want to consider to include in our update for Focus on Longmont. We included in your packet many pages of data that we collected from those 6 community conversations. And basically for the public that might be listening, there were, in essence, 4 things that we asked. And there was about 180 people that joined us for one of those conversations. And we asked them for information about what was the one thing that the city can continue to provide for the community to confidently state that Longmont is a great place to live. We asked them information about if they were to grade our performance on how we have been doing the last 6 years with accomplishing the strategic directions that we outlined. And then we asked them a question about the future. So if they were to give us a grade in 5 years about how we were accomplishing those strategic directions, what would we be doing for us to get an A? And in other words, what do we really need to be doing in the future for us to really continue to carry out those strategic directions. So we have all of that data that we included in your council packet. And what the coordinating team did in 2 meetings, one in December and one in January, was to take a look at all that data. Our consultant, Barbara Lewis, helped to collapse that and to really come up with what seemed to be the common themes in that data that we would want to consider and that council would want to consider moving forward as far as what would be some additional actions we might take to move forward our 5 strategic directions in the next 5 years. We included that information in your communication. And so I don't necessarily need to go through those unless you have any questions about those, but we have outlined those in terms of, we included the strengths that the community said these are some great things that you are doing in these 5 areas. And just, again, for the community, those 5 areas are promoting a healthy business climate, supporting education as a community-wide value, enhancing our environmental legacy, focus on downtown, and promoting a sense of community and cultural inclusion. So the community gave us some great feedback in terms of what we are doing well, and they would like to see us continue to do that, and some ideas for some additional calls to action that we have outlined in your communication. So I'm going to stop right now to see if there are any questions about those calls to action. And for those of you that did take some time and look through the data, do you think that we captured, in essence, what some of the consistent themes were? And then I'll move forward to the next section. So I'll stop and see if there are any questions about what we heard from the community about what we should consider doing in the future.
Councilmember Witt.
Thank you, Mayor. Really well done. Thank you for the dedication to this project. I had a question as far as the action items. Now, how are we going to address the action items, if at all?
Great. So what we plan to do is, and this is kind of the next phase.
Mm-hmm.
So we will be holding on February 16th, starting at 7:00 p.m., the telephone town hall, and that will be one of our first major next steps in terms of getting some priorities around this, because what we really need to do is to get a greater sense from the community. These are all wonderful ideas. So if we are asking people about their priorities or what things that they think we need to be working on, that will be information that we will gather from the telephone town hall that will help council with some prioritizations of what seems to be those kinds of actions that might give us the greatest bang for the buck and what might move us forward to accomplishing those goals. So we'll be doing the telephone town hall. We also anticipate getting information and having a discussion with our boards and commissions to have them weigh in on that, as well as some additional online surveys and some of the other mechanisms that we use to outreach to the community. So these are great ideas. There's a lot of information here, and I think what we are seeking from the community to help City Council, what should be our highest priorities, and not meaning that these things aren't important, but there are finite amount of resources, and what might the community at least suggest to council would be the how to sequence those and time those.
And you did address my concern in that there are several of the take action items which in an ideal world we would absolutely like to do, but based on the state of our finances, we can't do them all, and sometimes we're going to want to weigh in on policy direction as is this within our comfort level. So just wanted to make sure you weren't asking for our blessing on anything in particular this evening.
Right, and if I could just add, what we just tonight is really an update and to see there was anything that you saw in the data or anything that you don't think we necessarily captured in the potential calls to action. But yeah, we aren't asking you to take them all on now. And I think the other thing is that as you look at the actions, there are part of these actions really, the city takes different roles. So maybe in some of these scenarios, the city has more of a direct role in leading an effort. But in many of these areas, we have more of a partner or facilitation role. But so we're just checking to see if you have any comments, because these calls to action will form the questions that we'll be asking in the telephone town hall. We just want to make sure we're in sync with council about those questions.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you. I'm glad Councilmember Witt touched on the point that, this is really a wish list because, in a perfect world, we could do all of it. So there's a couple of the calls to action that I find interesting. It seems like there's a redundant theme here around youth and attention to youth and youth programming, and Councilmember Bagley might back me up on this to know that, we've got youth that are interested in wanting to be engaged, but they're being frustrated with not knowing how to really feel that they're included in part of the community and be able to be empowered. So I think that it's very interesting that theme has come through in a couple of different areas. The other thing is when we do, well, first of all, I also want to compliment you on getting together the resident feedback panel. I think that was having a core group of a broad demographic of people consistently was a really good way to get that kind of community vision knitted together. So I like the way that was done. And having participated in one of the meetings, it was there were a lot of things that were all over the place. So when we do the town hall, I would also like to make sure that we include, when we're talking about choices, always having an option or a slot for somebody who has an idea about, what we've got a lot of good buzzwords like, partner. Everybody wants to partner with the school, but what does it look like? Does it cost something? Is there a residual long-term effect that's going to make positive progress on the mode and median scores that we got, the A's and B's and C's? So I think that we can't have an expectation we're going to move, a B to an A in this next chunk of 5 years, but we might get to a B plus. And I think always having the check-in is a good thing. So this represents a lot of work, and I also want to thank everybody who's here sticking it out to listen to this part of the agenda, and everybody who participated, because it was really such a broad group. So I think that this is a good check-in that we can use to guide conversations for council.
I really like your part here on promote a healthy business client, partner with private sector to redevelop the mall, reduce red tape for businesses, promote incentives for businesses to attract good jobs, market the community to potential employers and businesses. Great suggestions. Councilmember Samori.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess I'm slower than the rest of them. I'm still stuck on page 4. I'm trying to understand the grades that we got. So there's two sets of grades. You got one that's highlighted in blue and one that's not. Is it a before and after? Is it why? And some we dropped on, some we went up on. Could you give me a little clearer explanation of how?
I will do my best, because I didn't bring that big old handout with me, but we asked basically 2 sets of questions. So we asked initially for the community to grade us on how well we have done thus far. So in the first, from 2006, through 2011, how well have we done in in those 5 areas in carrying out the strategic direction. So that was the the very first set of questions that we asked, and then those were the grades that people gave. We said, grade us. So that's what you see in that should be in that first section.
The unhighlighted section.
So
there's two here.
Right. So so maybe Gordon, if you could bring me that. Thank you. So that I can answer that question. And then we also, thank you. You can find it. And then we asked in the future to say if in 2015 you've come back together, we have you've given us an A for how well we are promoting a healthy business climate. What is it that we actually did in this last 5-year period? Yes. So basically on page 4, that these were grades that people gave us on how well we did in the first 5 years.
With the unhighlighted ones or the highlighted ones?
So
there's 2 sets of grades.
Right. So the blue is what we got from the resident feedback panel, and the unhighlighted ones were for all the rest of the community conversation groups. Correct. So I think what we wanted to do was to highlight, as Council Member Levison talked about, is that we did pull together a demographically represented group, the resident feedback panel. And so what we just wanted to do is to point out those were individuals that's a kind of a special group, and just so council could get an idea. So this is a group that came together, really aren't necessarily people that we see at a lot of our involvement activities, and how did that demographically represented group compare in terms of their grades with the other 5 community conversation groups. So I'm sorry, Council Member Sawara, I just didn't have this with me.
That's right. Thank you.
So there's just one other thing I would like to just point out, and Mayor Coombs, you started to talk about that. So on page 79 of your council packet, that's where we have drafted questions that we will be asking people to respond to in the telephone town hall that begins to prioritize or give at least council some information about what does the community really think we should focus on, what are some of the most important things. So as you can see at the bottom of that page under the promote a healthy business climate, our draft question there to the telephone town hall, and then our survey will be what would be one action that the city could take in the next 2 years to best support our business climate. And as Mayor Coombs outlined, those would be we're kind of collapsing what some of those actions were, and those would be the 4 bullet points that they would ask us to weigh in on. Under supporting community, education. Again, we'll be asking the community what would be the most important way that the city can help residents to get the kind of education and skills they need to be successful throughout their lives. And there are 5 bullet point areas in terms of what our role could be as far as early learning, lifelong learning for adults, access to technology. We heard a lot about that from the community. And then, again, how we would partner with schools and businesses around both real-world learning for students, as well as how do we help with more career technical training and support and vocation for people who maybe aren't going on post-secondary to college and university study, but still could benefit from skill training that would help them in terms of advancing their career, even though it wouldn't be at a college or university level. In enhancing the environmental legacy, we're looking at 2 areas that we're going to ask. One has to do with focusing on our city natural resources. What are some of the areas that are more important to our community members that we have outlined there in terms of parks and open space, energy and water conservation programs, enhancing the St. Vrain River corridor, and we heard a lot from the community about expanding our composting program, so we're asking about that. And then also in terms of the area of transportation, how can we best invest our resources? And in terms of trail connections, improving transit within Longmont, and then how to improve transit connections between Longmont and the region. On downtown, again, questions about what improvements would make our downtown most vibrant. We've outlined those there based on what we heard from those community conversations. And then promoting a sense of community and cultural inclusion, asking the community, again, to weigh in on what are some of the most important steps that we could take in the next 5 years. So those will be the questions in general. That's what the coordinating team came up with. We will be conferring with a consultant that we are working with on the telephone town hall to see if we are on the mark, or if he says, you have to do it differently, and we'll come back and update council if indeed we have to kind of reconfigure that. But that's really what we heard. And in the telephone town hall that will take place on the 16th, then what people will have the opportunity actually to come here to the city council if they want to engage in a typical town hall. We also be working with a consultant who will be at the same time calling. And that's we're working with him tomorrow in terms of how many phone calls that we would make if we are calling every Longmont household. That's around 25,000 phone calls, and we'll see how many people answer and want to engage, and hopefully stay with us. They can vote directly on their telephone keypad. They can vote. We will use our option power system that we have used for other public meetings for folks who come here to City Council. We also, again, will have this survey online, so if people say, I can't deal with all this, I just want to go online, I want to listen to the conversation, and then I will go online afterwards, and I will do my voting there. So we'll give people 3 different ways that they can weigh in on some of these priorities, as well as go out and seek input from our other target groups.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I really look forward to that town hall meeting. I think that'll be very valuable to us, and I plan to be here, and I bet some of the other council members will be too.
Councilmember Levison.
Yes. Is there going to be an option, though, if somebody can do none of the above? Like if they're on the town hall and it says what 2 things, and if they don't think that any of those things, 2 of them are relevant to what their feelings on the question asked, can they just say none of the above, or I'd select another option that's not here?
So we will, Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Levison, I made note of that when you made that comment a little earlier. So certainly we will consult with the gentleman who we'll be working with us on that to see if that is an option, or people can offer up
their own choice.
Right. They might not be able to do it on the keypad, but certainly on an online survey, they would be able to add
Yeah,
that.
I guess I think that having an option for your idea is one thing, but if none of those options connect with somebody, is it still considered good data if, they'd rather not choose? And that'd be important to get that data, I think.
So we will talk to our consultant about that. So once that's concluded, then we will be back with, again, with this data will go back to the coordinating team once we complete the town hall, once we get the data from the community about priorities, and we'll be putting together some draft information and then bring that back to council before we move forward with any kind of a final plan or recommendation. And our hope, we're trying to stay on a time frame of having this completed by the end of March. We might spill over into April, but it was a gift we wanted to give Gordon, is that we would complete that project before he retired, and we're working toward that. And if we don't, we'll be done in April.
Thank you, Karen. Good job.
All right. Thank you.
Mayor, the next item will be introduced by Sandy.
Coombs, members of City Council, Sandy Cedar, Assistant to the City Manager. I'm here tonight talking about 2012 retreat topics again. So you decided to move the council retreat to April. And so in order to give us enough time to write papers and do research on the different topics, this is our first shot at asking you what kinds of topics you'd like to see at that April retreat. So just as a reminder, we do have the team building that'll happen on February 4th, starting at 10. The format of that is from 10 until 3, you'll be doing the team building with Dr. Paul Alexander, and then at 3 will be a presentation on your 2011 council work plan so that you can get a kind of deeper understanding of what's been accomplished to date. The April planning retreat really is to talk about what your council work plan looks like moving forward from that point. And so we had solicited the different boards and commissions a while ago, 2 or 3 months ago, around different topics they would like to see, and those topics are listed on the second page of your council communication. There's just a few of them. There are also a couple of staff suggestions. So there's 5 topics total that are suggested by staff and boards and commissions. So there's a couple different things that we can do. In the past, we've had up to 20 and 25 different suggestions from different folks, and so we've had you actually vote on those. With only 5, if you'd like to, you could have the discussion today and actually choose some topics that you'd like for the April meeting, or you could suggest some, and I'd be happy to do kind of a prioritization voting thing so that you guys could get an idea of what you're interested in. But it's really up to you. So tonight, we're asking for some direction on the proposed topics. How would you like to sort it out to get to a final list?
Well, I think regional transportation is a pretty big hot button, so I think that should be definitely on the list. Councilmember Levison.
Well, and I'd like to look at, when we're looking at what the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board suggested, I think we need to even look at a bigger picture to take a 20-year view of everything we have looking. When we were talking earlier about the Union Reservoir Master Plan area and the issue of having an interim trail that's almost $750,000 and the lifespan of that trail, it really, I wrote it down before today, but this meeting, but having that bigger picture view to say, if we've got this many miles of trails, we're not going to have any more open space money to do maintenance, maybe declining GOCO money, and declining other revenues coming in. First of all, how do we build what the community expects for district and community parks, and how do we, take a 20-year view on how much it's going to cost and how we're going to get there. And I think that our staff does really good with long-range planning about what it's going to take to run an efficient water and wastewater system for 20 or 30 years and fund it straight out, and how we organize maintaining and repairing streets and everything. And I think we need to take that big view on these public amenities. I'd also like to bring up the issue of, again, starting to work on a major update to the comp plan, and maybe looking at a discussion of that, and then maybe doing kind of a SimCity simulation to what we have as uses now and what we see in the future the city to look like, and maybe actually do a SimCity kind of simulation and build what we think the city in the next 10 or 15 years could look like. It would maybe make us all think bigger picture. And I'd also like to have a discussion topic on, collaboration with education as a long-term basis for a strong community. A lot of other cities are doing different relationships with their schools and universities and community colleges, and that seems to be a theme that cropped up in the focus on Longmont in several different areas. So maybe we need to take that theme that we've seen from citizens already and bring that to a higher level of discussion as we want to move forward in a community where education is very important to everyone, and yet there's not much control over the funding of our K through 12 or supporting early learning initiatives as well. So I'm just looking at it from kind of financial and community values, and where could we talk about, I mean, with the transportation issue, it might loop in. If we're going to have a stronger local transportation, would it be better not to have school buses, but just to run routes that would serve schools as part of a basis of a network? You know, kind of look at it bigger picture too. So my couple of other topics would be to throw in, you know, looking at education systems and collaboration that the city can have, and then looking at comp plan and maybe SimCity kind of view, and then the Parks and Rec one, just taking a bigger 20-year view and a bigger picture of what we intend and what we have on the books right now to build.
Councilmember Levison, and still including everything that the Parks and Rec Advisory Board suggested as part of that.
I think it's bigger. It's bigger than that. It would encompass those smaller items, because if we're looking at what we want in the next 20 years, all those, you know, knowing how many park benches, are we going to need 100 park benches? Well, we could just add it up and say, when you build a community park, you know, we already know how many park benches, but what's the replacement of ones that we already know are in the system? And looking at really the dollars and cents, the big system, just like we would at any major infrastructure of the city, looking at it as an infrastructure, I think.
Councilmember Samori.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Have we reached out to any of our economic development partners? I don't see anything on here for stimulus, economic development type activity.
Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Samari, no, we did not. These were all of your boards and commissions that are currently appointed by you.
Okay.
So
do we have plans on reaching out? Do we have plans on reaching out to the others?
Not at this point, but we certainly could.
Well, I mean, if we're going to be looking at long-term health, wealth, environment of the community, I mean, I think economic development is a big piece of it. We couldn't pay for parks without that. We couldn't pay for transportation without that. We couldn't do the focus on Longmont without revenues and stuff like that. So what are we looking at in terms of how are we going to generate revenue, and what kind of attraction, what kind of businesses, what kind of retail, what kind of companies are we going to bring in? And what about, you know, we've talked about the branding and using it for tourism. I don't see anything about tourism in here, for example. So I think all that plays into what we want to talk about, because we got to have that to pay for it.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. There are a couple things on the calls to action from the last presentation that I'd kind of like to see. The promoting of a healthy business climate, reducing red tape for business, the mall, the Twin Peaks Mall. What, you know, by then maybe we'll know what we can, or start to plan what we can do to help get that back to where it ought to be. Also, the river corridor. I noticed that it's mentioned in here. I'd like to see some presentations on what we could do for that as well.
I should mention, Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Finley, that the river corridor is one of the actions in the 2011 council work plan. So you're going to have a nice update on that on February 4th. And then, of course, we can continue this discussion for after that as well.
But doesn't the focus on Longmont update as part of the plan also address education and development and whatnot as subheadings in it anyway? So they're kind of already included when we pick up item 5.
Yes, that's true.
Councilmember Levison?
If we're going to kind of chunk down on stuff, I would like to look at maybe eliminating it to 4 items, looking at parks and the Parks and Rec issue, kind of bigger picture than just small items, and then a global issue of transportation, local, regional, and then I'm thinking, we'll spend some time in March and April on focus on Longmont update, reviewing that. So I think to do it in a retreat, that's something we can cover in an hour in the council meeting and not spend the retreat doing it. And as far as the river corridor and stuff, if we look at a simulation on how we want the city to look, we could actually really dream big, and some of that ties into the parks because of the idea of having that additional enhancement of the river with some new recreational components too. So there might be several elements that could be looped in together, is what I'm thinking. And frankly, I think we need to talk about where we are with education and how that supports things. As far as adding a topic about the mall, we've talked about the mall every single year, and when something gets going with the mall, there'll be a massive planning effort. That there'll be charrettes and all this other items happening, and I think that that would be probably a better venue to start working on those items than in the retreat. And certainly we can have an update at the retreat from our economic development partners, but we've already sort of gotten chunks of plans going on what we've done in past retreats. So maybe those are my suggestions for topics.
Councilmember Witt.
Just a general observation. It seems as if we could have a vision about choose a topic and dig into it, and it looks like transportation seems to be a fairly significant item that is staring us in the face. Last time we talked a lot about economic development, and I think our economic development department had almost every item that we talked about. But just about maybe we should choose one topic area that we really need to grapple with. Transportation seems like a good one, but I would suggest that perhaps that would make thinking along the same lines, it would stimulate some creative thought. Every time I hear the thought of Sin City, it brings back a vision of when I was in elementary school. What they did is they turned the entire gym into a city, and you had bikes, and you could ride around and learn the traffic rules. So maybe we could get a gym, and we could set up a city and rearrange things. So every time you say Sin City, that's what I'm thinking in my brain.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. As I've been sitting here listening to the discussion, I think it's very obvious, and I forgot who mentioned it. We spend a lot of time on, well, not a lot of time. We spend a short period of time on various topics. And then we say, gosh, I wish we had more time. Transportation, RTD, they're coming the 31st? 38th. Excuse me. The 8th. February 8th. Yeah, exactly. Fast tracks and the numbers they're pulling up are really starting to mess with the head. So that discussion on whether we can do local bus service, no control over that. We're going to hash this out with them on February 8th with hopefully Chairman Lee Kemp and General Manager Phil Washington being here, with us being here, and the Transportation Advisory Board. So I would just not bother with that. We're already going to have them here. No sense to bring them back out when they're going to tell us really not a whole lot. What intrigues me the most is the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. I say, because we do have, and it's been mentioned in the last council and the previous council, we do have an imbalance between new park development and ongoing park maintenance, and some parks that haven't been built, that have been promised. We really need to dig into that as far as where's the rank in order of those parks and when are they going to come online. It might be that's the topic for the entire retreat. You bring out the PRAB board, sit down, bring out staff. Let's look at everything. Let's look at everything as far as the park development, ongoing maintenance, whether or not a master plan is at Union Reservoir is going to happen. How will, if oil and gas drilling is going to be done, how is that going to affect the park development or redevelopment or ongoing maintenance? I say we focus on that. We get too spread out and too thin that we never really focus on one topic, and we kind of lose the other topics just kind of drift away. So I say we do one, and if we need to do another retreat and another topic comes up, fine. I believe that would at least focus us and get us focused on one topic, 2 days, and we can get some really good discussion going.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, I should add that there's approximately 10 hours of discussion time in the 2 days. And that can always be adjusted to add a little bit here or there, but just to kind of keep in mind the total picture of that.
I guess I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem Santos. That's an excellent idea, but maybe have an alternate if we do get done with that and there is something that didn't quite get done with transportation, like, you know, some local issues or something that we still want to maybe add as a potential add-on. But I agree with the concentrated, let's do one thing really well, then try to do 5 or 6 things kind of not so well. Councilmember Witt.
I'm glad you gentlemen agree with me that we should focus on one idea. And I don't care what it is, but yes, we should choose one theme, stick with it, have some creative thought processes around there, and I support your idea about digging in with the parks.
Councilmember Santos.
And I would direct staff to bring back a council retreat agenda that focuses on the topic that the Parks and Rec Board brought before council.
And a motion?
That is a motion.
Yes. Okay, we've got a motion second. Councilmember Levison.
So I guess that usually our retreat kind of sets a bunch of work items for the year. So my assumption would be if we just do the one retreat topic, we would just, you know, continue over everything else. And depending on, you know, what else there is out there. You know, I do think that we need to start looking at comp plan issues because our comp plan is now 10 years old. And when we talk about what the expectations are, and I know with ongoing changes to land use, you know, what's our comp plan going to look like? I mean, eventually, if we don't do the comp plan this year or next year, the comp plan will be increasingly older and older. It's about a 1.5-year process. By the time we start on it again, it'll be way outdated, and especially since we've had so much discussion around redevelopment, it might be that our comp plan doesn't even match with what the planning aspects of First and Main and transportation and maybe even parks won't fit in with what our comp plan says anymore. So I do think we need to start seriously thinking about updating the comp plan and start a discussion about it at the retreat. So I would submit to having doing parks certainly in that broad overview, but looking at the comp plan is update as a part of that.
Councilmember Samorn.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. While I agree with fellow council members that parks are important, is that really the most pressing issue for the community? To have a retreat dedicated just to parks? I mean, there are, I would think, we could probably come up with more pressing issues, more critical things that we need to address that would have a longer-term effect on the well-being of the community than the parks. Could be wrong, but I'd like us to think about it.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, I haven't heard those yet. The mall we do not control. RTD we do not control. I'm looking at things that we can control. This is something that has, again, has been brought up several times. This neighborhood was promised a park. It's not there. Why isn't it there? This park was promised that some rehabilitation was going to be done. It's not there. Things get pushed back. Whether, trail connections. Everyone assumed, we heard tonight that the trails usually, what should say, 10, 15 years of life. It might be good to get a little bit more understanding of the open space tax, about what it actually can do and what it can't do. We could have a whole retreat about the airport. It's kind of something we can control. Unfortunately, we don't control the funding. With education, we haven't met with the school board yet, have we?
Not this year.
Not this year.
Not yet.
I'd be willing to at least talk about education, but there's only so much we can do because of that's not our job. I didn't run for school board. I ran for city council. I'm trying to. If there's topics, the comp plan keeps coming up. We got to fix the comp plan. We got to fix the comp plan. We got to fix the comp plan. The last council decided that we would look at comp plan amendments as they came in as case-by-case basis. That process has worked pretty well, I believe. Some members of council don't believe that, but if we're going to do the whole, have a retreat on the comp plan, have a retreat on the comp plan. However, I think we're doing a pretty good job the way we're doing it now. And it's going to take more than 2 days of a council retreat to do the comp plan. I'm looking at things that we can, you try to achieve the low-hanging fruit. If you're trying to reach for the stars and you got a small ladder, you can keep reaching.
Councilmember Levison?
Well, I think that we should add in education, just because looking at the various connections educational institutions of all kinds have on the city. It touches economic development, it touches neighborhoods, it touches people's livelihoods. Plus, it is part of the fabric of what makes us identified as a community. And certainly other cities that don't control their school boards or don't control their school districts do different things. And they may be more successful as communities because of what they do differently than we do. And I think that there's an option for us to strengthen that support network in our city, and at least have a conversation about how do we work better together in partnership. And that could affect parks, too. And again, when we, concerning the comp plan, when we look at just doing land use amendments piecemeal, we're at the ground level view. We never zoom out to 10,000 feet and or 20,000 feet and actually see where our community is going, where land uses are that seem to make sense that are currently on the books, and where we're looking in the future for things to possibly have some change. And again, I think that additional changes and development pressures will be upon us, and then all of a sudden we won't have a comp plan that's really right for the community. And at that point it's too late to do a lot of substantive work when piecemeal we might have lost opportunities to have that large community conversation about our future.
Councilmember Samori.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I feel like we're playing a tennis game or ping pong or something from one end to the other. Anyway, We've been having a lot of pre-sessions about all kinds of various topics. Maybe what we need is a pre-session where we can brainstorm on what we want to discuss at the retreat and come up with, where we have more time to discuss and expand on what we're talking about, and then come up with a priority list of what is critical for the community. I mean, I would, parks, like I said, they're good. So why aren't we building them? I would venture to guess that we're going to be told because we don't have the funds allocated or in place to build them. And then what do we discuss? We have to be looking at a greater vision than what we're seeing here. Okay, I mean, RTD, great. 2042 is the standard answer. Even if we pay more taxes, it's going to be 2042. We can't affect that. Focus on long run. We've already gotten feedback. How about if we have a pre-session to discuss the retreat and come up with some solid, strong, visionary ideas that we can pursue?
I guess I kind of agree with you that we're going to go nowhere now tonight. I think we're better off doing this in a pre-session. Councilmember Levison.
Actually, let me suggest something we've done before is people have copied down the ideas. We put them in a little survey that gets sent out to us, and, we vote. Do we want one topic or two or three, and then see what rises to the top and get it reported back at, whatever the matrix says, the choices, and then Councilmember Bagley can weigh in on it, and, then we don't have to have another pre-session to talk about this. And plus, staff needs to have some time to do the research and the white papers to pull it all together. And, we're almost on February, and the retreat is scheduled for when in April?
Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Levison, 19th and 20th. And I should also mention that that is how we've done it in the past. I would be happy to take all of the ideas that you came up with and send that back to you to give a kind of a ranking, high, medium, and low, and then bring it back to you on the 14th for a final discussion if you choose to.
I'd prefer to do that, but we have a motion on the floor.
Okay, the motion's been withdrawn.
So would you like for me to go ahead and do kind of a
right.
prioritization piece? What I'll do is I'll email that out to you this week. Just the additions that I have is the 20-year view onto the parks piece, as well as talking about open space tax and the construction for new parks versus the balance of maintenance for parks. So those things will be added to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board one. I have one around reducing red tape for businesses, one for the river corridor, one for tourism. I will reach out to the economic partners before you receive your next tally if there are any ideas that they have that they'd like to suggest. The comp plan update and the collaboration with education providers, in addition to the ones you see here. So I'll send that out. A high, medium, low, you can email that back to me, and then I'll return the results on the 14th or beforehand so that you can see what those look like.
Thank you, Sandy.
Mayor, your next item involves the city manager selection process. We're looking for direction from you.
Well, first off, Bobby King was going to speak to us for a few minutes about the process.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, Bobby King, Chief Human Resources Officer for the city. Since July 2011, we have begun a process regarding the search for our successor for Gordon Pedro, our city manager for the past 18 years. Slavin Management Consultants, a nationally recognized firm, has been leading us through that process. Last week, 6 finalists were presented to this Longmont community. And on Friday, January the 20th, our selection process ended. After 2 days of broad community and staff engagement and city council interviews. Tonight, on behalf of Slavin Management Consultants, we're seeking direction from you, city council, regarding your choice for Slavin to engage in negotiations with the person who will serve as our next city manager.
I would like to make a motion that we direct Slavin Consultants to negotiate with Harold Dominguez for our city manager position. Councilmember Samori.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs.
Second.
Okay. Yes. Third. Mr. King, would you please, for the benefit of the community, describe the process that we went through, all the people that were involved? Okay.
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Samori, we had 13 different groups in the community speak with candidates, which included boards and commission chat, nonprofit discussion, employee forums, directors panel, economic partners who also met with candidates. Our current city manager, Gordon Petro, had time with candidates. We had council interviews. Again, those numbers of forums that our employee advisory group had time with the candidates. Again, a host of groups inside the city and with the community met with those candidates over a 2-day period of time, 13 different segments with candidates.
Councilmember Witt.
Thank you, Mayor. Bobby, I told you this privately, but I want everybody to know how pleased we are as a council with the way this has gone forward. First of all, we need to say thank you to Gordon. Because of the good stewardship of Gordon and previous councils, it was a very attractive job to bid on because of the good management that Longmont has been under, and we feel very fortunate that you have turned the city over in such a great situation. And other things that had an impact on a great group of people applying for this job. Great organization, great partners, super, the senior center, we have great citizen involvement, and it's just been a great process. I'm using great a lot, sorry. But I feel that it was very rigorous, and the Slavin management actually mentioned that very rarely do they see the amount of effort put into replacing a city manager as Bobby put into this, and we are very grateful for the time and attention that you placed on this. And because of that, we had really awesome candidates. We had people, I've mentioned this in the past, but folks who, you're at a dance and the greatest looking guy asks you to dance. That's how I felt looking at most of these candidates that we had applied. Like, wow, you want to come to Longmont? So excited. So just think that the process went really well, and because of the way it was set up, time after time after time, same few people rose to the top, and it was a hard decision for me to decide which person do we need right now at this time. And I really do feel that Harold is going to be a really good fit for Longmont, and I feel that he's going to have the support of our community.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, I'd like to thank all of the applicants from the 80-odd that submitted to the final group that we eliminated down to, or matrix down to, I shouldn't say eliminated, but matrix down to the final 6 candidates. It was very difficult. This has been a very difficult decision. Went through it once with the city attorney, and I unfortunately had to do it again because we have a city manager who's retiring and is probably very well deserved. But again, I'd like to thank all the candidates. Everyone had their strengths. I heard from several of them that the 2 days that they were here were very insightful. I kept hearing about how the organization is run, how the city presents itself, how the residents presented themselves, how the partners presented themselves, and it was all glowing reviews. All 6 candidates felt that this is where they wanted to be the city manager, which says a lot for, again, as Councilmember Witt mentioned, for the organization that is currently being led, and the directors that are in it, and the staff that helps move things along. I look forward to seeing. I look forward to seeing where the next city manager is going to take us to the next step. A great foundation has been laid, and it's now time to see about where we can go. And I foresee great things for the city of Longmont, whether I'm on council or not. I looked at each candidate as though, well, yeah, I get to cast a vote. I looked at each one as, if I'm not on council, who would I want? And at least 2 or 3 of them rose to the top. And I'm proud to say that those 3, I felt that would represent the city well. Unfortunately, I had to choose, and I will choose one. So, again, thank you. I can't say thank you enough to the applicants. Bobby, thank you for putting on a very wonderful, thorough process. And I'm very hopeful that I don't have to do this again for a while.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. I can echo and agree with everyone's comments they've already made. I also want to thank Bobby and Bob Slavin and our consulting team for everything. It takes a lot to set up all of this, make sure it runs smoothly, and lay out the red carpet so that applicants feel welcome and they get a true picture of what our city is. And I think that we accomplished all of those goals. It was wonderful not only to sit down with all of these individuals who applied, but I think that we learned other things about our city in talking to them. And I think that that also helped all of us decide on a choice for a city manager that we feel comfortable with, that would reflect what others in the community observed to us, what their comments were. And certainly I think that strengths and weaknesses of our organization are going to be, we're going to improve on our strengths. We're going to, help strengthen what are our weak points. And I think it's a really terrific opportunity to start a different era in the city of Longmont. Gordon, you certainly have made your mark all these years. And I'm sure that what you've done will be continued in spirit with a new city manager, as well as a great opportunity for somebody else to bring that fresh perspective and reflect back on ourselves. It's like having, a new family member who you've never knew was out there yet, that you're going to welcome in, that's going to make your family not only grow by simply adding a person, but there's going to be a different spirit and sense of community, and your family culture is going to change for the better. And I think that that's what's going to happen. And hoping that Mr. Dominguez, accepts our offer, which I'm hoping he really does. And I think that it's going to be fantastic and a great time to get to know him and for him to get to know our community. One of the most positive things that was echoed time and time again was by all the applicants was how friendly and open and warm our community is. And I think we all understand that, but it's lovely to hear it from people from the outside when they're coming in, that it's almost like they can't believe a city like this exists. And so I think, again, we need to pat ourselves on the back a bit and welcome our new family member to their new hometown, the best city in the United States.
I'd like to add my comments in right here. What made this whole process really tough for a lot of us, particularly me, was, one of our internal candidates rose to the top of the cream too, and that was difficult because we know that our internal candidate would have led the city very well and had a lot of confidence in him, and that made it a very difficult decision coming from the corporate world, where in my world I've always seen, because in corporations you always have succession planning and people that basically come up through the corporations that get promoted from within the corporations generally do better than people that are brought in from the outside. So I had kind of a slanted view, but I do appreciate our internal candidate because he was an excellent candidate and did a very good job in the interviews, and so I think the world of you. So I just want to put my 2 cents in. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I really enjoyed the process, Bobby, and I want to thank you for that. It was a really hard decision. When I first read the resumes, I thought, oh, this is easy. I can see the guy who ought to rise to the top. But when we got down to the 6, every one of them had excellent things that they could bring to the table, and I really wish we could roll them all into one. And boy, then we could go places, couldn't we? But we have to pick one. And when I made my decision, I looked at what I told the consultants when they called me after I was elected. They asked me what I wanted to see in a new city manager, and I said, I want to see someone with a track record of excellence in a city about the same size. And I think that's what we have with Harold. So thank you for bringing all the excellent candidates to us, though. It was quite an experience.
Councilmember Samori.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, I'm going to echo the sentiments of everybody else. I'm not going to repeat the thank yous, Gordon, and the thank you to Bobby and the candidates and all that. I just did, didn't I? Anyway. I'm checking to make sure you guys are still awake. Anyway, I think Gordon, sincerely, thank you for your leadership. It's been, and it will continue to be, a pleasure to work with you for the next few months. Bobby, tremendous job. You made a believer of me with the process when we hired Kimberly. And there's been several since then, and the process works extremely, extremely well. I think the one thing that I got to say for the incoming city manager, if and when he accepts, is that because of the process, he will feel that he's already supported by the community, because he's met with the partners, he's met with council, he's met with the directors, and it was consistent. The feedback, the comments were extremely positive. So he's going to walk in as though he already fits in, and I think that's tremendous. So thank you.
Okay, I guess we got a motion and a second. Let's vote. And it passes 6-0 with Councilmember Bagley being absent, but I would like to add, if Bagley was here, it would be unanimous.
Mayor, I will just say that Mr. Dominguez will come here and join a great team of some 850 employees who are dedicated to public service. So he'll have lots of support from a great team.
Thank you.
Valerie will introduce the next item and take you through your appointments to boards and commissions.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, I'm Valerie Skitt, your city clerk. And we have 3 boards that we're bringing to you today for appointments to. The historic preservation is the first one. This was a position you asked us to re-advertise, and since that time we've had another resignation from the board. I placed that resignation letter on your desk today and also sent you a copy via email. So we have 2 applicants. We now have 1 alternate member term ending 2014 and 1 unexpired regular member term ending same time, 2014. So we can do this through vote, or we can do it through a motion, a ballot, or we can do it through a motion, whichever way you'd like to do it.
Councilmember Witt.
I would like to appoint the two applicants to the two positions available.
Could you designate which one for alternate for us?
I don't have that piece of paper in front of me. Let's put, give me names, people.
Sean McCoy and Denise Patriot.
Okay, let's put Sean McCoy as the regular member, Denise as the alternate.
Second it. Any discussion? All right, let's vote on that.
You'll have to raise your hand.
Okay, I guess it passes 5-1 with Councilmember Santos descending and Councilmember Bagley absent.
Thank you. The second board is, since our year-end appointments, we had one member of the Longmont Area Visitors Association resign, and so we re-advertised that position. No, we did not re-advertise that. I sent out a questionnaire to council members, and they said just bring back the applicants. So you have a ballot.
Yeah.
Okay. Samori voted for Ellen Ranson. Witt voted for Doretta Spence, I'm sorry. Finley voted for Doretta Spence. Levison voted for Ellen Ranson. Coombs voted for Ellen Ranson. And Santos voted for Doretta Spence. So we have a tie. You can vote again if you want to take another vote and see if it changes. If not, then we'll just wait till Witt wants to change her vote. And you voted for Doretta?
Okay.
Can you do that? Re-vote. The city attorney says we have to re-vote. You should have another ballot there.
Now you're a stickler for the rules? Come on.
Okay, second vote. Santos voted for Doretta Spence. Samori voted for Ellen Ranson. Finley voted for Ellen Ranson. Coombs voted for Ellen Ranson. Levison voted for Ellen Ranson. And Witt voted for Ellen Ranson. So that's a 5-1 vote. Ellen Ranson will get that vacancy on the Longmont Area Visitors Association. Finally, the Transportation Advisory Board, we have 2 open positions based on the action you took tonight to increase the size of that board to 7. These, just vote for 2. These are from your year-end application process. Okay, Levison voted for Donna Smith and Matthew Wood. Coombs voted for Donna Smith and Matthew Wood. Santos voted for Matthew Wood and Jeff Eiselman. Finley voted for Matthew Wood and Jeff Eiselman. How do you say that? Eiselman? Is that correct? Okay. Witt voted for Matthew Wood and Jeff Eiselman. I apologize if I'm butchering your name. And Samori voted for Matthew Wood and Jeff Eiselman. So Jeff got 4 votes. Matthew Wood got 6 votes. Is that what you want to use to determine terms, or do you want to make a motion for that?
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would say that the person that got the majority gets the longer term.
Does that work for everybody? Okay, that would be Matthew Wood then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Done with that. Okay. I guess final call, public invited to be heard.
Thank you. I'm Joe Bassman, 3414 Lakeview Circle, where I own the surface rights. I thank you very much for the meeting tonight. I just want to humbly request that perhaps the city could prepare a map of the city that shows the areas where wells could be placed within current regulations of the COGCC. And that might help in your comprehensive planning and help in being able to visualize all eventual possibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? You state your name and address.
Shelley Bassman.
We should have it memorized for now.
Shelley Bassman, Lakeview Circle, 3414. I just have something. Thank you for the opportunity to participate. It's really pretty special. I have some notes that I'd just like to run down. I'm perplexed, and I'm wondering what is the objection to a U trail at Union Reservoir? The city, I'm really proud to be part of a city that paid dearly, it is probably paying still dearly, to purchase one of the jewels along the Front Range. Union Reservoir is a glacially carved lake, and as we heard from the people who live out there, it has treasures beyond measure. And we live over by McIntosh, and for several years the trail was a U. You had to stop. It was a work in progress, but it was sure a delight to do the U. And I think it would be an excellent, a beautiful addition to Longmont at Union. I have had an idea walking out at McIntosh. The surface, we have unstable base soil in this part of the world. It's a clay that gets mushy, and so I've had the thought of an adopt a trail program that might be interested, that construction or landscape material companies might be interested in doing. Adopt a road, maybe one of them would be interested in adopting keeping up the surface of our trails. We in Longmont have a really outstanding staff. It's amazing what the working group, they're going to cut me off, the working group and the Parks and Rec. The working group especially, when we put together what I passed out before, it didn't occur to me to have options, to have on the different categories of where the city can regulate, to have options. I don't know what the range of those options are, and our city attorney has done a great job with this. If there are places that we do want to try to push the envelope, the COGs, none of this would be happening if the Oil and Gas Commission of Colorado were protecting people's rights and people's health, safety, and welfare. None of this would be happening. But they're not, and so cities up and down the Front Range are saying we need to do it.
Thank you, Sal.
Just dispensation for just a few more minutes. I'm remembering TOPS, first map, the first map they brought.
I think I really like hearing from you, but I think we've been here a long time and we're running up against 11 o'clock.
Oh, you're right, okay.
Deadline that we need to finish up. Thank you, Shelley. Okay, it's mayor and council comments. Are there any council comments? Councilman Levison.
Actually, Mayor, I'd like to move to extend the meeting to finish our council comments and the comments of city manager, city attorney remarks.
All right. Let's vote on that. Okay, that passes 6-0 with Councilmember Bagley absent. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. In keeping with my new tradition, I'd like to talk about the business of the week. This last week, I had the privilege of going to the bridal connection with my soon-to-be daughter-in-law. An excellent business here in Longmont. They're at 1515 Main Street. They're a full-service bridal shop, and if you've never been there, you should go check it out.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make sure that I informed the general public and council members that Councilmember Bagley and I have switched our responsibilities for Coffee with Council, so I will be doing Coffee with Council this Saturday morning, the 27th, and he has graciously agreed to take my slot on February 25th, which would have been really impossible for me to fulfill with meetings back-to-back in Denver for 2 full days. So I'll be doing Coffee with Council with Councilmember Samori. And where are we?
Ziggy's on Francis.
Ziggy's on Francis. Okay, good coffee. So I look forward to collaborating on Saturday morning and meeting with everybody. And I just want to thank Councilmember Bagley for switching with me. And again, I want to thank, we had a couple of really long days last week, especially Friday. And I want to compliment my fellow council members and staff on their stamina and their great questions and interaction with the candidates for our city manager position. And again, thank you, Bobby, for, being a great host, and everybody else on staff who helped out. It was really fantastic.
Councilmember Samori.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I was going to make that announcement about the Coffee with Council, but Councilmember Levison, thank you for reminding everybody. And no other comments, Mayor.
I guess I'd like to make a comment. I'd like to welcome all the new U.S. citizens that were here tonight, and also like to thank all the people in the community that helped them on their journey to get their citizenship. I think that was really great. So any other council member? Councilmember Levison.
I forgot to add one thing, that there is a really important meeting for the First and Main project, stakeholders meeting in the later part of the afternoon, but from 6 to 8 for the general public with the consultant and the team of staff members and everyone else who's working on the project. So encourage everyone to come out and see what they've come up with so far.
Okay, City Manager, any additional remarks?
Mayor, just to remind you, so you have it on your calendars, the February 8th meeting with the TAB and RTD. That's going to be a really important meeting, and we do have Lee Kemp and Phil Washington scheduled to be here to discuss fast tracks and RTD issues with you.
Thank you. City Attorney, any remarks?
No comments, Mayor.
All right, this meeting is now adjourned. Yeah.